So Sam, we are good to go? Jake and Johanna, we're good to go?
Yes, live manager has been started.
Yep, on my side, you guys are good to go.
All right, thank you, everybody. And we have everybody in the webinar available for the meeting at this moment, Jake?
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect, thank you very much. All right, thank you for your patience. It is 9:02 a.m. We will now begin our April 6th regular Board of Supervisors meeting for the County of Lake. And let's go ahead and have a moment of silence. Yesterday was the first day a year ago that we had first signed that COVID had entered our county. Since then, there's been quite a roller coaster ride, an emotional roller coaster as well, in dealing with this pandemic as it's come through our county and has continued on worldwide and in our nation. So let's go ahead and have a moment of silence for all of the strength that we have needed to be able to overcome and deal with this pandemic as we have it today. Supervisor Crandall, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, our consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Are there any extra items from the board or from staff? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and move on to item number 5, approval of the consent agenda. I believe there is item 5.5 that has been requested to be pulled. Is there any other item on the consent agenda that any board member wishes to pull? And Jake, let's go ahead and ask the public in the Zoom room, and there's none currently in our boardroom. If there's anybody, please raise your hand. I believe if you're on your phone, press *9 to raise your hand if you wish to pull an item from the consent agenda for us to discuss.
All right, looks like we do have a hand raised here. I have a phone caller with the last four 8259. I've sent you an alert to talk. You should have heard a notice to unmute yourself. If you dial *6. All right, looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Hello, my name is Mike Raffinelli, and thank you. I do want to pull 5.5.
Okay, and that item has been pulled, and we'll go ahead and discuss that soon.
Oh, okay.
So we'll get to that item. Thank you very much. And so let's go ahead and bring it back to the board to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to approve consent agenda items number 5.1 through 5.4, and then 5.6 through 5.25.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and open up 5.5 real quick. I believe that can be a pretty fast item. Let's go ahead and read that item real fast. It is adopt a resolution urging the California Citizens Redistricting Commission to keep Lake County, Napa County, and Sonoma County within the same United States congressional district, and this was pulled by Supervisor Simon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do know that the individual who asked to have this item pulled is on the phone, so what I would like to do is ask Mr. Raffinelli if he would like me to read the statement that he had sent me, or if he would like to speak this morning.
Okay. And then do we still have Mr. Raffinelli on unmute, or Jake, if we can send him a quick unmute? and check in with him if he would prefer Supervisor Simon read the statement or if he wants to make his own statement.
I'm sorry, what was that name again?
It was the phone number, and I don't see it on here, but I could be wrong.
Okay, then I will go ahead and just read the statement if
Oh,
that's,
he is still here.
okay.
Let's go ahead and try to unmute phone 8259. Perfect. Mr.
Hello?
Raffinelli?
Hello?
Yes, go for it. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Napa and Sonoma are with the Bay Area, and we are 60,000 people in a rural county. I do not really want to be included with them. I wanted to be in with the North State representation. We get better results if we are in a separate area. It's our 60,000 people would be included with 750,000 people, and we wouldn't really have any say in how our money's spent. And after the 1990 census, the people in the North counties and Lake County did have a vote on a ballot issue, and Lake County voted 65% to not be included in that type of representation. And one more added comment: I really don't want to be involved with Senator McGuire or Assemblywoman Curry's area either. In my opinion, they don't really help us at all. They're strictly with the Bay Area also. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And let's go ahead and just ask if there's another comment on this from the public before we bring it back to the board. And again, please raise your hand by either clicking the button at the bottom of your screen or *9 on your phone. And seeing none and hearing, I do have a hand raised.
We do have a hand raised. I have Will Tuttle here. Will, I've sent you a unmute request here. All right, will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yes, this is Will Tuttle, and I just want to say I'm in Hidden Valley Lake, and I agree with the speaker that I just heard that it would be better for Lake County not to be included with Sonoma and Napa counties for the reasons that were given by him. So I'm just basically agreeing wholeheartedly with what he was saying. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. And seeing no more hands raised, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Simon, did you want to finish this up?
No, I just, it was asked to pull that item so they could have their comment. I wanted to make sure that everybody had their voices heard, so at this point, I'm ready to move forward.
Okay, and if I just may make one comment, I think that we're actually really fortunate here in Lake County. We have 2 congressional representations within the district rather than only one. That provides us multiple avenues on who to ask for help and who to work with us to get us the resources that we need from the federal government. And while I agree that we are more of a Northern California rural representation, I think that it matters more of who is representing us than it is which part of the area that we are represented. And every district is made to be equal, so whether we're part of the 750,000 south and west of us, it would be 750,000 north and east of us. And so either way, it's the same size. So looking for action on this item.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to,
It's a resolution, so you.
I'll offer the resolution. Thank you.
The resolution has been offered. Johanna,
Okay,
please, roll call.
Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to item 6.1, or 9:05 a.m. item. This is for the public to provide their input for up to 3 minutes on anything that is not on our agenda. Go ahead and raise your hand if you have any public comments to make.
I guess I'll do that next week. I'm not really ready to do that.
Okay, seeing no hands raised, let's go ahead and close public input and move on to our item 6.2, or 9:06 a.m. item, consideration of update on COVID-19. And I see that we have Dr. Pace with us. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, the supervisors. Gary Pace, County Public Health Officer here. We're here to give the COVID response update for Lake County. And I'll give a quick overview, and then Sarah will talk about some of the data, and then I'll come back and go into a little more detail. But basically, the case rates around the country are rising, so there's definite concern around the country in terms of what's happening with COVID. In California, they're continuing to drop, and so things are looking pretty good here. Lake County, they're dropping, although not as quickly as they are around the rest of the state. We are continuing to roll out the vaccine, although we are seeing the demand dropping a bit, and I'll talk about that a little bit. The tier status, we're still in the red tier, but it looks like we may be able to move into the orange tier in the next few weeks. And the state is talking about ending the whole blueprint process probably in mid-June, but it's going to be, they're going to come out with a big announcement about this today. But just to give you a heads up that the thinking is that if things continue improving and we continue to get the vaccine out, that we will be able to dissolve this current blueprint framework in the next couple months. And then I just want to mention quickly that about my status. So I'm leaving my position at the end of April, so at the end of this month, and I'm actually on vacation for the next couple weeks, starting in a few days. Dr. Evan Bloom, who's a ER doc at Adventist, but he's also been working with us for a while now, will be presenting the next few weeks at the board, and Dr. Bloom's on the call today as well, and he'll be kind of in the seat here for the next couple of weeks while I'm gone, and then I'll be back for a couple of weeks, and then I'll be leaving after that point. So yeah, so thanks for all that. And then Sarah will go ahead and give some of the data, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. Good morning, everyone. I have a quick update to show what's happening at the state level and in Lake County, and the vaccination progress at the county level as well. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Okay. So statewide, testing had been on the left is the graph of testing statewide, and it had been declining really since the beginning of the year and our surge. And it looks like at the state level, it's sort of plateauing. So the testing rate statewide this week was about the same, actually slightly higher than it was last week. Test positivity on the right, so the 7-day rate, 7-day lag is 1.6%, which is the lowest that it's been since the beginning of the pandemic. But also this has started to plateau around 1.6, 1.7. So we are monitoring these closely, particularly given what other states across the country are experiencing. Statewide, there are over 3.5 million cases identified to date. The 7-day average is also starting to plateau, and we'll have for a daily case rate of about 5 cases per 100,000 in the state. So again, monitoring this closely given things happening in neighboring states and across the country. And there have been over 58,000 COVID deaths identified. So we've shared the last couple weeks about how the state set the goal to administer first 2 million doses in communities with less healthy community conditions, which was defined by the Healthy Places Index, or the HPI. The state reached that goal a couple weeks ago in mid-March, and that affected the case rates for the blueprint. And the state then set the goal of administering 4 million doses in these communities statewide. And they said when we reached that goal that they were gonna change the thresholds for the daily case rates to be less restrictive, given that more of us are now protected by the vaccine from the virus. So as of this moment, the state is reporting 3.96 million doses have been administered in those communities. I expect that the announcement of 4 million will be today, if not tomorrow. So once that officially happens, again, will be today or tomorrow, these new thresholds go into effect. So it'll be 6 to 10 daily new cases per 100,000 to be in the red tier and 2 to 5.9 to be in the orange tier. Currently, to move into the orange tier, it's 2 to 3.9. So essentially, once this shift happens today or tomorrow, it's a little bit, we can have a higher daily case rate to move into the orange tier. And so what I've indicated here at the bottom is how these new thresholds impact us in Lake County. So currently we're in the red tier. We have to stay under 45 cases a week to stay in the red tier. For the orange tier or moderate transmission, it's now 27 cases. And to get into the yellow tier would be fewer than, or no more than 9 cases in a week. So here's the data that we expect to be announced later today. So like Dr. Pace said, we are currently in the red tier. The announcement today will be based on data from March 21st to the 27th. We expect a daily case rate of 4.2 per 100,000 and a testing positivity of 3.1%. Both these are down from last week. Last week, we had a daily case rate of about 8 per 100,000. So it doesn't matter if the state, if we hit 4 million today or tomorrow, the implication for Lake County is that the state will do a look back and use these new thresholds for previous weeks to determine how we move through the tiers. So for this week, when it's officially announced today, Lake will have its first week of what we're calling orange metrics. If Lake County next week has another week with orange metrics, what we mostly need to watch is fewer than 27 cases in a week. That would be 2 consecutive weeks of orange metrics, which would then allow the county, based on the blueprint, to move into the orange tier. So you need 2 consecutive weeks of these better metrics, lower transmission, to move into a less restrictive tier. So I share all that just to hopefully provide context for how things may or may not be changing. So here's a graph just to show you the numbers of cases per week. You can see here from February 28th really through March 20th, these 3 weeks here, which put us in the red tier. For this week, which will be announced today, March 21st to the 27th, we've identified 19 cases, which puts us into the orange tier. As of this moment, we've currently identified 20 cases for the following week. So we'll be monitoring that closely because test results are still coming in, so we don't know yet where our metric will fall. And that, of course, will influence the tier assignment next week. But big picture, do see some promising news after, the last month or so of being fairly stable in terms of new cases in the county. It's good to see about 20 cases for the week of March 21st, and hopefully we'll continue to see that over the next couple of weeks. So I'm going to switch gears to give you an update on vaccination status across the county among residents 16 years of age or older. These data are as of late last night. So about 6,500 people are partially vaccinated. That's 12.4% of the eligible population, and 11,600 people are fully vaccinated, and this is about 22% of the eligible population. So altogether, about 35, according to these data, so reminder, these are data from the California Immunization Registry. They do not include doses administered by Tribal Health or Veterans Affairs. And so according to the California Immunization Registry data, about 35% of residents are at least partially protected. When we include data from tribal health partners, we know that about 38% of the population has at least partial coverage. So making good progress here. I think just over the last week or so, about 1,600 more people had their second dose, providing more protection across the county. And then just we'll close with an update on who's at least partially vaccinated by age group. So 2 out of 3 people 75 years of age or older are now have been at least partially vaccinated, and 61% of folks 65 to 74. As more people become eligible on April 1st and then looking forward to April 15th, we are seeing an increase in people 45 to 64. And then among some of your younger age groups, I think we'll continue to see increases as these people are able to get appointments. Thanks very much, and if there are any questions on the tiers, please let me know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. So really helpful. And so to kind of emphasize a few things, the current case rate is about 4.2. I think probably what's going to happen is they're going to cross the boundary today for the 4 million. We'll get credit for the first week this week. If things continue how they are, we'll get credit for next week. Next Tuesday, they will likely make the announcement that we're going to orange. And then that first day of that will be next Wednesday. So again, there's some steps in the way, potential potholes. So there's no guarantee that this is going to be this way. It's a pretty complicated little strategy they've got going. But I think the most likely scenario is that starting next Wednesday, we will be in the orange tier, which means more opening of indoor venues. Basically, indoor dining can go to 50% and things like that. So it is further loosening up. I think, what I want to talk a little bit about is what to anticipate. So we've been, there's a lot of media play about a possible surge. We're seeing surges in the Midwest and in the East Coast that's looking a little bit ominous. And part of that seems to be related to the variants, which the variants are more prevalent out in the Midwest and in the East Coast, and also the relaxing of restrictions and people getting fed up with doing the precautions and just not doing them anymore. So less masking, less social distancing. To be in this framework where we're talking about potential surges at the same time we're relaxing restrictions is a little bit confusing. And I think the big difference is the vaccine. And so as you can see, the vaccine is rolling out. We are having some challenges with that, but let's go into some of the specifics. So the first thing I want to talk about is the variants. The variant they're calling the West Coast variant, or the 427 or 429, those are a couple of different ways it's characterized. It's all the same thing. This is up in California. Probably 50% of the cases they're testing around California are in this category of this variant. This does seem to be about 20% more contagious than the regular virus, but we're not seeing more deaths from it or anything like that. But it does seem to be spreading fairly quickly, and it seems to spread faster than the original virus. The one that's more concerning is the B117, which is the UK variant. And we have now identified 2 cases of this variant in Lake County. This appears to have come through some of the state surveillance testing. And these were cases from back in February, so almost 2 months ago now. We just got the word a couple days ago. The B117 seems to be what's causing this surge in the Midwest and also on the East Coast. It's probably 50% of the cases out in Michigan and Minnesota and some of those places are the B117, and it seems to be quite a bit more contagious and also more deadly. So, this is probably what's driving some of the surges around the country, but it's much lower out here in California now. It's really only maybe about 2% of the cases that they've tested for the genomic testing is actually the B117. There's some suspicion that maybe the California virus, the California variant is keeping the UK variant in check. We don't know that for a case, but it seems to be that maybe what's happening. But I think if, basically what these variants are telling us, at least from the public health point of view, is that the virus is mutating. It's mutating in ways that make it more contagious, and to get the vaccine out into people's arms as soon as possible is the best thing we can do. And also people need to continue being careful because you don't want to catch this and spread it around to your family and your friends. At this point, there's no real evidence that either of these two variants is escaping the vaccine. I mean, certainly people that are vaccinated, it's possible you can still get infected. There are definitely cases of that happening, but these variants don't seem to be any more able to escape the vaccine than the other wild variant and the wild type. And we're just not seeing that much. Pretty much when people are vaccinated, we're seeing them not get infected. And so, so let's talk about the vaccines. What we're seeing over the last 2 weeks is decreased demand. We have a good supply now. We're actually starting to get vaccine supplies that we can't use as fast as we need to now. This is the first time this has happened since the vaccine started becoming available. And this is not where we want to be. We want to get everybody back. You can see where there's maybe a third of the population, maybe a little more, upwards of 40% of the people 16 and older are vaccinated now, and we want to get that up to 80%, 90%. And but people aren't showing up now the way they were before. So we have to kind of ask what's going on here. And I think the first possible problem is that everybody that's eligible that wants it has gotten it. And there's a lot of people that want it, but they're not eligible yet, so they can't get in. And so if that's the problem, what we're doing is we're expanding the eligibility as far as we can. So basically, people that are 50 and over now can just sign up at any of the sites, and they're eligible. It's statewide. If the people 16 to 49 that don't have any other conditions are on the state framework, they're not eligible yet, but they will be on the 15th, which is just next week. But even now, if people that are under 50 want to get vaccinated, we're trying to run a site on our webpage where they can sign up. And then we're trying to put together a phone network that will call those people up and have a workaround to get them in to get vaccinated. The state has approved this. They just, the state computer setup won't let us do it automatically. So it requires, the human touch. And so we're just trying to set up the staffing for all that now. But we put this out last week and we've got maybe 120 people signed up for it. So we're trying to get back to them and get them into the thing. So, but basically the point here is that we're not seeing the demand that we want. We've got more vaccine than we've got people that want it. And we're trying to figure out what are the problems? What are the things preventing it? The first one is the eligibility, and we're trying to expand the eligibility as far as we can. And by the 15th, so next Thursday, everybody 16 and older will be eligible. But even before then, if you want to get it this week, you can contact us and we're going to try to get you in early. The second thing is, the second possibility, so first is eligibility, second is just the hassle with the appointments. The appointment process has been a nightmare. We acknowledge that, And we accept some responsibility for it, but I want to put a lot of it on the state because they made it a lot more complicated the way they did it in terms of the this My Turn platform and everything. So we had to go through this whole process of changing the online appointment process, and that started a couple weeks ago, and there's been a lot of problems with it. But we think it's getting better now, and it's probably at least workable, and it'll probably be workable through the duration of this process. But people need, the way to get an appointment is you go online, myturn.ca.gov, and sign up if you're eligible. If you can't do it through the online platform, you call, there's a phone number there on either our website, or you can get it by calling 211, you can get it by calling the Mohawk line. There's a bunch of ways to get it. But if you don't have the online access, you can call this phone number. If you speak Spanish, they have Spanish speaking operators. If that doesn't work, just contact us at the Mohawk line and we'll figure out how to get you in. We want to get people in. We know this is a hassle, and it's just the way it is. That's what we have to deal with. But I think, so the first possible obstacle is eligibility. We've got to take care of that. The second obstacle is just the appointment process, and we're working on that. The third is hesitancy, and it's like, we're seeing a bunch of information in the media right now about people that don't want to get the vaccine. And there's going to be a certain percentage of people that aren't going to get it for a variety of reasons. And there's probably nothing we can do about that. But then there's a lot of people that maybe if they get more information, or maybe if we make it easier somehow, like we get the vaccine closer to them or something like that, it'll work. There was something that came out in the Press Democrat last week that said 25% of the North Bay residents don't plan on getting it, and that was much higher than other people in the Bay Area, and I suspect it's even higher in Lake County and Mendocino counties, that the more rural northern counties are probably going to have higher percentages than that. There was another thing I saw recently that said 50% of the white evangelical population was not planning on getting it. It didn't fit in with their belief framework. There was another one I saw that said 50% of the Republican men said they're not going to get it. So, so there's all these different kinds of groups that are having different reasons for not getting it. The African American population has a higher incidence of people not getting it. The Native American population as well. So, I think it's the message I want to give clearly is that as far as we can tell, this is very safe. We've had very few problems with people having bad reactions. It does seem to be extremely effective, and from any kind of science-based point of view, it makes sense to get it and get it as soon as you can, not to wait, because these variants are moving around. It's going to be a lot more problematic. But I think people have other reasons why they're not doing it, and we're trying to figure out ways to address that. We've actually encouraged people to start sending us in emails to the Mohawk line, or emails are best, but you can call if you need to, and give us, some idea why it is people are not getting vaccinated. Is it because you can't get through the appointment situation, or is it because you just don't want to get it and you're not planning on getting it no matter what? I mean, if people will give us some feedback on this, and I've been trying to talk to some of the groups, the Rotaries, and the different folks around the community to see what they have to say about this. And it's just not particularly clear. I think at this point, the one consistent thing I've heard is that we probably need to figure out a way to get it out to people out in the community. There's homebound seniors, there's people with disabilities, there's folks in remote communities that just aren't going to get in. It's just too much hassle to get in. And so we're trying to get the capacity to go out and provide it to people out in the outlying areas. It's just, right now we're just struggling to keep up with the whole thing with the vaccine centers and all that, and just with a lot of these changes coming from the state, we're just running as fast as we can to keep it going. But we're very interested in that, and we want to get the numbers up as high as we can, because that's what's going to make a difference for us getting back to normal. So just the last piece of this, I just want to talk about kind of what I think the long range plans is and what we can expect here. I think, we have 1 or 2 more months of trying to have this drive-through sites with these big numbers that we're trying to get. You know, we can provide 500 to 1,000 doses a day there, and we've got it staffed for that. We're ready to go. But, you know, if the demand is starting to decline, we just probably need to start cutting that back and moving more to having the local providers, medical providers give it, and we're trying to get the Optum Serve sites to do some of the vaccines as well. So to go away from this big thing to move as much vaccine as we can quickly to just go into a more normal day-to-day kind of routine, that's probably going to be happening over the next 1 or 2 months. I think the surge question is a real important thing for people to notice, to be aware of. We had this pretty close to devastating surge back in January. We got very close to being in trouble there, and luckily things receded, and everybody did the big work of keeping the hospitals afloat and keep people moving through there. So we did okay. You know, now all the experts are talking about potential new surges. I personally don't think it's going to be like it was in January. I think we're going to see cases. I think very likely we're going to see a higher level of cases than we want to see for an extended period of time. But because the most vulnerable people have gotten protected, if you go back and think about one of Sarah's slides about the elderly population, 2/3 of those folks are covered, and pretty much everybody in the nursing homes are covered. So the people that really got sick before are protected, and as long as the vaccine keeps working the way it does, I think we're going to be okay there. So I don't think it's going to be as devastating. I think people are still going to get sick. People are still going to go in the hospital. Some people are going to die, unfortunately, but it's not going to be the numbers and the level that we were seeing before. And the more vaccine we can get out, the better, the less that's going to be that way. And I think the last part of this is that if people can, people are going to start seeing different opportunities for people that are vaccinated than for people that are not vaccinated. They're starting to do now that for travel, for plane flights, you either need to, some of the places are starting to require vaccine status or a negative test in the last 3 days, you know, and so it's going to be certain kind of public venues over the summer are going to require either complete vaccination or a negative test before you can come in. So these kind of things are going to start becoming more and more frequent, and I think it's just going to be a lot easier for people if you go ahead and get the vaccine, and you're going to be a lot safer. So I think that's really everything I wanted to mention today, so thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Pace. And I did not acknowledge Dr. Bloom that was here with us, and I want to make sure that he has the chance to speak on the subject while he is here. And I believe next week will be your first full report to us, or is that in 2 weeks?
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the introduction. It should be next week, as far as I am aware, and that's what I'm planning on. And as far as any other comments regarding what Gary said, I think I really just want to echo what Gary said, and that really the focus is getting a vaccine into arms and finding what those barriers are, because that is really the key to us moving forward back to a state of normalcy. Other than that, I'll be brief and say thank you for allowing me to speak and for the introduction, and that I don't have anything else to add to what Gary succinctly has already stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Scott.
I do have a comment. Dr. Pace, thank you for your update for us. You know, I'm thinking too, some of the hesitancy of getting vaccinated too might also be in account if you listen to the news, we're being told that there's long lines, there's no appointments. Maybe we need to put a blast out there letting Lake County know that we do have these appointments, and now that you have this other system set up, that people that are under the age of 50 might be able to get in and get vaccinated. Maybe we really need to push that, because people may not be looking to get an appointment thinking that they're not going to get one, or you know that they're not going to be available. So I think it's something we need to be pushing for our community.
And actually, if you don't mind, I'll speak right away on that, because I want to jump on that idea. I have not necessarily seen us do a social media blast other than just posting. Maybe we need to actually pay to advertise, and we can geographically say who will see the ad, and obviously we can keep it to just folks who are registered as Lake County residents on social media, and they will see those advertisements, and we can say, everyone is eligible, please use these following steps in order to get access to an appointment. We can do that through our local medias as well, and put an advertisement up. I think that we have some funding coming from either our CARES Act that might still be available, or obviously there's more coming in from the American Rescue Plan. And I'm sure we have some funding to be able to make that happen, as that is not going to be a huge cost in order to do so. And again, it would definitely push the word out to make sure everybody is aware that we are starting a little earlier than what the state is messaging, which is April 15th. Any other comment?
Yeah, I would
Supervisor
just add
Pyska?
to that, maybe we could do a radio campaign too, to reach the people that are on social media. I appreciate the interest form. I filled it out myself so that if there's available appointments, I can jump down there in the afternoon. So I really appreciate that. Both my husband and I are signed up. So I encourage anybody that is not quite 50 yet to fill out the interest form on the latest press release and get your name in the hat there. So I had a constituent who was having difficulty making an appointment yesterday, and so I'm glad you talked about that, the difference between having your first shot before the My Turn app and then your second shot after the My Turn app. It can be a little complicated, and both you, Dr. Pace, and Carol recommended this constituent reach out to the MOAC line, and they were able to make the appointment yesterday. So thanks for touching on that. It's a little complicated.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, Dr. Pace, you were mentioning, and glad we're discussing it, that there's a lot of reluctancy to take the vaccination. And then there's also one thing I'm noticing is a lot of discussion and thought that the vaccination doesn't really make people safe. They feel like they think that you're just going to catch it again, and so there's some people that are just not taking it because of that. So when we're talking about maybe doing some of these media campaigns, maybe there's something we can kind of hit some points on that campaign to say it will keep you safe. You still need to do X, Y, and Z to stay safe, but here's the percentages that show you're less likely to, things like that, because there's just some folks that are just like, I'm not going to take it either way. And I'm like, why? You can go take it right now, So just wanted to highlight that. That's all.
Personally, I prefer the United Kingdom way of their warning on their cigarettes, where it just literally says, cigarettes kill. No Surgeon General warning. It's very obvious what the outcomes could be if you get addicted to this product, and we should just say, hey, it keeps you alive. Take the vaccine. I think we need to be very direct. But thank you very much for the report. Very good news coming out. Glad that our metrics right now are showing that we're already within orange. It's a matter of us staying there for 2 consecutive weeks. Last week we were at 3.6 million for that out of the 4 million. Obviously, we're very close with 3.9 something million at this moment in time. So yes, within the next day or so, we're definitely going to hit that number. That's going to increase the metric to make it easier to stay within orange. Right now, I believe you have to reach 4.9 out of 100,000. As of the next time, once we hit that 4 million, it's going to go up to 5.9. And so that's going to make it that much easier for us to ensure that we can continue and decrease from red and go into orange. I have not heard of any changes so that they can loosen up yellow. Is that something that I haven't heard it be discussed in CSAC unless I missed it, but I do not believe I have heard of yellow being loosened up, where again, if we reach maybe 6 million or 8 million, they'll go ahead and loosen up the case rate to reach that. Have you heard any of that, Dr. Pace?
Let me check. I'm not sure about that. Always just focused on the next one ahead, really. And Sarah just wrote to me right now and said that the state does report that we've crossed over the 4 million now. So we are at the point where we are clearly in the orange tier for the last week. So if it goes forward the same way, we should go forward. And I'll have to check on the yellow one, or maybe Sarah can do it if she's still on, and let me know. Yeah, so the other thing I just wanted to mention, I did forget to mention, is because of the way the state has been loosening the eligibility criteria, and that there's not so many complicated workarounds from it and kind of special situations, the ethics committee was extremely helpful in working with us for, I don't know, 6 weeks or so, and they are now kind of on, the pause button has been pushed with them so that they don't have to keep meeting with us every weekend, because there's really not a whole lot of need at this point in the way it's set up. But we really have appreciated their help and kind of help in navigating this complicated situation. So
Thank you for that update. Also, I do know the state was speaking about creating a green tier because there was nothing further than yellow, which still had some restrictions. To me, it sounds like the green tier has been thrown out the window, and the idea that the entire tiered system might be gone by the timeline of June that you gave us today. So let's see what happens there. I will say that as far as the hesitancy, I think that unfortunately it's about the timeline that we're in. The era we're in is the perfect storm for hesitancy, from the mistrust in media, which is a very unfortunate situation, and the mistrust in healthcare. We are still dealing with the opioid crisis. That is something that definitely has impacted our communities, and that came directly through our healthcare systems. And so I think that trust needs to be rebuilt. And unfortunately, the pandemic hit us again in a perfect storm of that situation. And so I think we need to make sure to get the right messaging out, and hopefully we can do something as we've discussed here. I don't know if we should be looking for consensus, but to advertise, to put a social media blast where we actually pay to sponsor an ad to go out to the people we want to reach out to. And then just reiterating what Dr. Pace said and what Sarah said, I think it's amazing news. By April 13th, if we keep going at the rate that we're going, we will hopefully be reaching the orange tier, and that as of now, everyone is eligible if they want to get the vaccine, to get the vaccine. And the best way to keep going from red to orange and orange to yellow and keep moving forward is to get the vaccine. Also, I do want to remind people that because things seem to be getting better, and they are getting better, doesn't mean that the precautions are going away at this point in time. And I know that there's been some difficulties with businesses trying to make sure and enforce these rules, and people feeling like they can relax on these rules. Make sure to be respectful to the businesses that are continuing to follow the guidelines that they have in place. Some of them have their own personal guidelines, as well as the guidelines from the state of California. Each business has the right to create their own. As far as extra further from what the state has done, please respect those businesses as they want to be cautious and keep their staff safer as much as possible. So please make sure to be respectful and mindful of all the rules in all the different businesses and things like that, because it is still continuing. Other than that, that's all that I had for today as well. Any further comments or questions? Supervisor Simon.
Yeah. Once again, I just want to thank all the volunteers, Public Health Officer Dr. Pace, everybody who's volunteered to, and just worked hard throughout this whole pandemic to get us where we are now. And I think the most important thing, talking today, obviously, we've already touched on it. Get vaccinated if you have an opportunity to do that. If you are someone who is making the choice not to get vaccinated, please continue to stick to the safety protocols that are out there to help protect all of our members in the community. And Supervisor Sabatier just hit it too. Please respect the businesses that are attempting to do everything. We're moving in the right direction now. The worst thing that could happen is that we go backwards, and we don't want that to happen. So please get the information. If you don't want to get the shot, If you don't want to get vaccinated through the county opportunities, please reach out to your public health provider, get your questions answered, and hopefully get that vaccine. And we've already spoke about tribal health. I know they've expanded their opportunities. The opportunities there now. Throughout this whole pandemic, we've talked about local control. We're getting it back now. Let's keep it and let's keep moving forward. So that's my final message.
Thank you for that. And actually, you reminded me of a question I had, but I forgot to write down. Dr. Pace, would you like to give us a brief summary of how are things working with the state staff that we've received? I believe we had 44 show up. Just kind of curious as to how that's working out in alleviating some of the overtime and just the hard work that our staff has had to do in the past months during the surge and now the vaccination clinics and everything else.
Right, that's a great question. Thanks for asking. It's so the state staff have been a huge addition for us. At first, I was thinking like, oh, folks are going to come in from out of state, and they're not, they're just not going to have the same attitude that local folks would have taking care of people. But for the vast majority of the interactions, it sounds like they're very positive. The people are really nice and conscientious and taking good care of folks in the county. So we really appreciate it. There's always a few folks that aren't sticking with it and are going back home, but for the most part, we're doing really well. And the hard part is really, so now what we have is kind of the foot soldiers, and now we have the vaccine, but where we're just still a little overwhelmed is with just the coordination and kind of the leadership of the same folks that have been doing all this for the case investigation and contact tracing for the testing. It's the same handful of folks, and it's they're it's just taking its toll. And but overall, the state help has been tremendous. I don't think we would be able to still have these sites up at this point if they hadn't shown up. So it's been very, very appreciated. The volunteer staff that we had and the other county staff that were redeployed and the folks from other agencies have all been a tremendous help. Again, there's no way we would be seeing these numbers of a third plus of the population vaccinated at this point if it wasn't for that, because in other counties, a lot of the healthcare community is the main ones putting this out, but our small hospitals and clinics don't really have the staff to spare. They're too busy taking care of patients. And so it's been really fallen on the health department to coordinate this and kind of materialize the staff. And so now with the state resources coming in, it's really helped a lot.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that report. Any other question before we open it up for the public?
Mr. Chair, sorry, there's one more thing I just wanted to mention is that the health department sites, the big sites through my turn, are one way to get vaccinated, and that's, we're doing the most numbers right now. But Sutter and Adventist are both doing vaccine for their patients, but also for the community. So if you're at the Sutter end of the lake, you can call them up and get an appointment and get vaccinated, as well as folks at the Adventist end of the lake. And you don't have to be previous patients with them. They both are able to do that. Also, Safeway Pharmacy is doing some, and North Lake Pharmacy is doing some. So just want to encourage people to go wherever it's easiest for them to get it. It's all good. It doesn't cost. None of them cost. And you don't have to have insurance. You don't have to have documentation status or anything. They just will vaccinate you. So
Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. If you have a comment, please click on the button on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're on your phone, please press *9. And looks like we have a hand up. I can't see where it is. Phone ending in 6205.
And I sent a permission for phone 6205 to speak. I sent another request to unmute. If you dial *6, you should unmute. All right, looks like
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you can give us your full name,
Your
please.
first and last name.
Thank you. My name is Bart Levinson. I just wanted to report, I've tried several times to use the call 211 information system, and what they are reporting is that it's normal for there to be a 15-minute wait to contact anyone. So I just wanted to let the county know that that might be a good information source in the future, but for now, it's not a very usable way to get information about the vaccinations or anything else.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Again, if you wish to ask a question or make a comment, please raise your hand or press star 9 on your phone. And then we have Will Tuttle. Oh, looks like you just muted.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting for Mr. Tuttle to get his audio, I just want to let you know we have a temporary interruption in the Facebook stream, and Sam is in the process of stopping and restarting that feed now.
Okay.
And so whatever was missed would be available on Facebook to watch after. So there has been a short gap with that stream.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. Go ahead, Mr. Tuttle.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just want to say that I think there's a lot of resistance to this vaccine because people realize that this is an experimental vaccine. It has not been approved really to be used. It's being used on an experimental basis. And I personally think it's really irresponsible for the Board of Supervisors to be promoting this vaccine when it's doing a lot of damage and killing a lot of people and also causing a lot of injuries all over the world. According to VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, there's now over 2,000 people have been killed, have died following the vaccine, just in the United States. And according to studies by Harvard and by Johns Hopkins, only roughly 1% of these cases are reported. So there very well could have been hundreds of thousands of people killed by this vaccine already. And it's just not being reported by the media. The former Pfizer chief scientific officer, Mike Yeadon, just came out saying, I have absolutely no doubt that we are in the presence of evil. He's saying that this vaccine is being administered in order to basically harm people because that's how the pharmaceutical industry makes its money. The pharmaceutical industry has absolutely nothing to lose. I mean, they're completely free of all liability. And when people get harmed, and there's been all kinds of terrible things that are happening to people. We were just in the rest area the other day, and my wife was talking to a woman going into the bathroom, and she said, yeah, her brother-in-law had just died 2 days after having the vaccine. This is happening all over the place. It's not being reported. So I think it's very egregious that you're just going along and playing ball with these gigantic pharmaceutical industries. Pfizer and these other companies are corporate criminals that have been fined billions of dollars for harming people's health over the decades. And we're acting like we can trust them with an experimental vaccine that's never been used on animals. And we're just putting it to people, and you're encouraging Lake County residents to risk their health and their lives for something and the death rate of COVID is only 0.6%. I mean, 99.4% of people do not die from this. And it's only the average age of death of people dying of COVID is 78.6 years, and the average lifespan of Americans is 78.6 years. So it's only hitting older people. Why are you pushing to have young people be vaccinated with something that's dangerous? It's only going to risk their lives. I mean, it's very irresponsible to use money, public money, to promote something that's just helping the vaccine industry. And so you really have to look at the other side of this and stop putting people at risk for this vaccine.
Thank you for your comment. I will have to comment on that comment that babies are healthy, and we gave them vaccinations too to make sure that they do not get sick from the things that we know are very harmful to our civilization. We have stopped entire diseases through vaccinations. This is not an experimental drug. mRNA vaccinations have been around. This is new for COVID-19, the specific virus we're dealing with, yes, but not the type of vaccine that it is. And the data that you are providing is not correct. That is not the death rate. That is not the appropriate death rate. You are misconstruing it by looking at the population numbers versus those that have died versus the cases and those that have died. We have to make sure that we don't look at correlation and look at causation, because it's easy to say that because something happened after I did that, that I can't do that. It needs to be a little bit more scientific in the way that we approach these things. Yes, there are some adverse effects, and yes, it's possible that some of those adverse effects are detrimental, but that is not the case in what has been seen with the millions and millions of vaccines that have been provided worldwide. So I'm going to let people make their comments, but I will also make sure and correct it with the data that I believe is the factual data to make sure that we don't provide the wrong message. As we just discussed, how do we make sure that that message goes out to ensure that people are aware of what is true and factual about the vaccine? Any other hands up for another public comment? And I do not see any more. And I see that Mr. Tuttle has his hand up, but he's already had his 3 minutes, so that is why we are going to move on. And any further comment from the board before we finish this item?
Public here? Is it public here?
Yes, sorry. Is there any comments from the Board of Supervisors Chamber? I had to check. Thank you very much. All right. Dr. Pace, Dr. Bloom, Sarah, thank you so much for your reports today, and looking forward to Dr. Bloom next week. And
Thank you very much.
And hopefully orange. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to our 9:45 a.m. items, since this is related to COVID-19. Consideration of the County of Lake COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Worksite Protocol. And CAO Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe this is the 13th time the protocol has been brought to your board for revision, which shows that it has been a working document as we've moved through the pandemic, and it also shows that we've been doing this a long time. The amendments proposed today are really only tied around vaccine. And I noticed that in my cover memo for this, I stated that the policy itself had a red line version. It did at one point, but somehow in the transition to the Granicus software, much of that red line was deleted. So I will just illustrate for you where the changes are. Actually, it's additions. So on page 3, the section about vaccine information has been updated starting at the top of page 3 and carrying through about the first 2/3 of that page. The first portion of that is consistent with some of what you were just discussing, encouraging employees that vaccination will help keep them from getting COVID-19. And then there's new information about how to sign up for a vaccine. That's all new and had been evolving. And then on page 7, there is new information about how employees that are fully vaccinated should interact in the workplace. And for the most part, it's the same. Fully vaccinated employees still need to take the same precautions. And that new information starts where you see the red arrows, and it is in the bottom third of page 7 and carrying over to the top third of page 8. And then there's a new one-page addendum, addendum 9, that essentially repeats that same information. But it gives the definition of what is fully vaccinated and what precautions must those individuals take in our workplace.
Thank you very much for that summary. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. I do have a quick comment. Where is it? It's on page 6. It basically says if you have any of these symptoms or come to work sick, I mean, there's some of these symptoms. I mean, like headache, or diarrhea, or fatigued. I mean, I hope that we can and have been more investigatory in trying to figure out if somebody needs to be home for 10 days, because that's a lot of sick time, that's a lot of vacation time, especially as we're seeing the numbers decrease. And hopefully we're providing as much of an opportunity to be able to work from home for those people as well. I know that it's not an easy situation, and it's done on a case-by-case basis and also by department basis. Just wanted to put that out there, that I hope that we're giving it the due diligence to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to work if they can work. Because it gets difficult as people are using up some of their sick time and some of their vacation time, and to not be able to work because of something that we used to all be able to work and not have to deal with, but now it's an extra added burden to deal with. So I don't think it's anything I want to change, it's just a comment that I wanted to make. Any further comments or questions from the board? Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. We'll start with the chamber here. Any public comment on item, I don't even know where we are, 6.3, I think it is?
Yeah.
Seeing none, let's check the Zoom room and see if there are any hands up for item 6.3 on the COVID-19 work protocol. Again, hit the raise hand button on the bottom of your screen if you're on a computer or a phone or a smartphone, or if you called in, press *9. Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. And I believe, if I remember reading the memo correctly, that this is just a report, or this requires approval?
This does require approval today because we're recommending changes.
Okay, so looking for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the added language on our work site protocol.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much, Johanna.
Supervisors.
And so, real quick, I just wanted to let the board know that I made a mistake earlier. I did want to pull an item from the consent agenda, so I will be going back to that. But first, because we have people here waiting for presentations, I think we should move along and make sure and respect their time. And so just wanted to let you know that that will be coming up soon. So this is our 10 a.m. item, 6.4, presentation of Proclamation designated Public Health Week, April 5th through 11th, 2021. Director Pomeroy, would you like to read the proclamation?
No, I'd like one of the board members to read it.
Okay, I will read the proclamation. So here we are, Proclamation designated Public Health Week, April 5th through 11th, 2021. Whereas the week of April 5th through 11th is National Public Health Week, and the theme is Building Bridges to Better Health. And whereas Public Health Week celebrates the role of public health in educating and empowering communities to improve health, prevent illness, and increase preparedness for a disaster. And whereas in March of 2020, County of Lake Health Services Department began the COVID-19 crisis response, which is the longest disaster response effort in Lake County history to date, and is still ongoing at this time. The divisions housed under the Health Department are Public Health, Administration, Environmental Health, First 5, Veterans. And whereas Public Health Division has partnered with local health providers and organized mass vaccination sites countywide, these efforts have vaccinated over 29,232 residents, 45% of Lake County population, provided COVID contact tracing support for over 7,000 people, and in partnership with Verily and OptumServe have provided almost 60,000 COVID tests for our local residents. Housing a staff of only 37, they have provided over 57,000 hours of time over the last year in support of local COVID-19 crisis response activities in our county. And whereas First 5 Division organized a kids press conference with local school, health, and law enforcement officials to answer children's questions about COVID-19 and its impact on their family members, friends, and school. First 5 has also coordinated Zoom meetings with our public health officer, Dr. Gary Pace, for childcare providers and children's summer programs to answer questions and help create plans for safe reopening. First 5 distributed over 3,400 packs of diapers and 732 packs of baby wipes to families serving agencies across Lake County to provide directly to local parents and caregivers of young children experiencing economic hardships. And whereas Environmental Health Division, in addition to routine inspections, permit issuance, and client services, provided at least 600 investigations regarding community business complaints related to COVID protocol violations. These environmental health inspectors were tasked with frontline community engagement and education of ever-changing COVID protocol standards and rules. Environmental Health, also in the midst of all of this, was able to launch a brand new program, Micro-Enterprise Home Kitchen Operation, that provided additional community entrepreneurship opportunities. And whereas Administration Division quietly worked in the background to provide department support and to ensure all state and California Department of Public Health compliance standards were met, contracts and MOUs were in place, and billing procedures were followed to protocol in order to continue public health's core programs and ensure COVID crisis response could operate in compliance and at capacity. And whereas Veterans Division served our local veterans by reaching out directly with over 5,000 phone calls and several thousand emails. This allowed our local veterans to access over $2.5 million in benefits available to them. Veterans has also worked tirelessly to provide access to health benefits, including COVID testing and vaccination services to our local veteran population. Whereas Public Health Week also recognizes the partnership and service of local public and private health agencies, community partners, volunteers, foundations, academia, and health-related enterprises that are working in collaboration to promote healthy behaviors and support the department and local COVID-19 crisis response activities. Now therefore, be it resolved that the County of Lake Board of Supervisors, along with the Lake County Health Services Department, do hereby proclaim the week of April 5th through 11, 2021 as Public Health Week in Lake County and urge all residents to join in this important observance. Passed and adopted today, April 6, 2021. And thank you to all your staff for all their hard work. There's a lot of people in the background. There's a lot of people in the front lines. I know that you spoke of a small team of 37, but it's been a mighty team that's worked really hard over this past year. And hopefully we're getting to a point where things are going to be better for everybody, including your staff, where they can get the rest that they need.
Thank you, Supervisors and Chair Sabatier. Yes, Denise Pomeroy, Director of the Health Department. While I'm flying solo here today in the chambers, I know a lot of our team are trying to watch or listen in by phone. The majority of our team are still out on vaccination sites working 9-10-hour days, while the other team members are in the office handling the contact tracing and the day-to-day operations of this event. And with that said, I just want to make a few comments that, in the midst of the most challenging public health crisis of our lifetime, it's more important ever than now to thank public health and the health department. Thank you is hardly enough for what I can say for all the hard work everyone's done this last year in keeping our community safe. For me, this is one of the best departments in this county. They're dedicated, hardworking, caring staff. We're blessed to have each of them as members of this small but mighty team. This is something that we say in our department frequently. We may be small, but we are mighty, and they've proved it over this last year. We appreciate each and every one of them and everything that they've done, not only to support each other, the department, but mainly the Lake County residents. And with that, I also just want to mention a few of the leaders in the health department who've made all this possible over the last year. Of course, our fearless leader, Dr. Pace, we could not have made this without him. Sarah, our epidemiologist, who has brought the data and the numbers to the community so that we can validate the work that we're doing. Our director of nursing, Carolyn Holliday, who is just a rock. She's the heart of that team and has worked probably close to 1,100 hours herself over the last year on COVID-19. Aisha Miller, who is our planning chief for our unit, and her assistant, Rainey Grafton, have worked endlessly building the plane while we're flying it. All of the plans, all the protocols, all the policies, they have to be written and documented, and literally just building it while we're flying. They've worked so hard. Tony Valdez is our finance chief, and he has worked endlessly with the admin team, making sure we have everything documented, reimbursable by FEMA, reimbursable by the state, maximizing every piece of funding that we can get. Emily Fian, who's been our lead in, she's our public health nurse 3. She's been a key lead, not only out at the vaccination site, but prior to that in the contact tracing. She was that lead person who gathered all of those state staff and made sure they were trained and worked. Lynn Brooks, who was not only our main testing nurse during the first 6 months, but has been what I call the vaccinator, like the Terminator. That woman can get shots in arms quicker than anybody that I've ever seen. Dean Eichelman is our emergency preparedness coordinator and our logistics. He's worked diligently to get supplies to our healthcare partners, the hospitals, the clinics, tribal health. He works every day to make sure that the sites are set up in time and that they're safe. And then, of course, thank you to Matthew, our county PIO, who's worked diligently with Dr. Pace and myself to get the messaging out. And to, of course, our CAO, Carol Hutchinson, who has stepped in and helped and taken over while I had to be out on medical leave. And then last but not least, your board for all the support that you have supplied to the department, to the volunteers, to the community over the last year. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the board?
I
Supervisor
just
Crandall?
wanted to highlight too, with all of that you just mentioned, Director Pomeroy, we also initiated the pilot program for home kitchens, and you were very instrumental in helping us develop that, because we are now the second county to do that. That's behind Orange County, or is that?
Riverside.
Riverside County. So Lake County is like one of the, pioneers of that. So thank you for the hard work on that as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Simon?
And I have one other comment, obviously, with the COVID-19 pandemic being the front line, but we also went through a fire season last year, and, with everything that goes on, I just, once again, can't thank enough for everybody. I know you read a list of everyone, but everyone that's helped through the public health department, so thank you.
I almost feel that thank you is just not enough for all the work that they've done. They're incredible, that small team and what they've done for Lake County.
Supervisor Pyska?
I agree with all of you. Our healthcare workers are our local heroes. This has been something none of us could have anticipated, and they've worked beyond anyone's expectations. So we're going to be grateful for them for a very, very long time.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you, Supervisor Simon, for being cleanup crew. Let's go ahead and if anybody from the public has a comment to make on this proclamation, let's go ahead and open it up. Again, please click on the raise hand button on the bottom of your screen, or if you called in, then please dial *9. Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and move on. Thank you, Director Pomeroy. And our 6.5 item is 10:05 a.m. Presentation of proclamation designated April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Just clean it.
And I will read the proclamation. If you ladies want to come stand up closer, but
Just
keep
clean
your
it.
social distancing so
He's
the
not
camera
hearing you,
can
Mo.
see you.
Sam, I just cleaned it.
It's
But
all
thank
good,
you.
It's all good. Well, it is my pleasure today to read this proclamation. The Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation designating the month of April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas approximately 3 million children are reported abused and neglected in the United States each year, and it is estimated that over 1,700 children die from child abuse and neglect in a single year. That's too many children. One is too many children. Whereas child abuse prevention is a community problem and all citizens should become more aware of the effects of child abuse and its prevention and finding solutions depending on the involvement of people throughout the community. And whereas the effective child abuse prevention programs succeed because of partnerships created among social services agencies, schools, religious and civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and business community, and supporting parents in raising their children in a safe and nurturing environment. And whereas current local initiatives to prevent child abuse include building resilience and county-wide collaboration, adverse childhood experiences, nurturing families program, differential response, RCS wraparound services, infant massage, Motherwise, and the protective factors. And whereas events being held for the month of April this year are the Pinwheel Challenge, and child abuse information is being shared on media for the month. Other events recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention will be taking place later this year. Now therefore it be proclaimed that the County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Lake County and calls upon its citizens, community agencies, religious organizations, medical facilities, and businesses to increase their participation in their efforts to prevent child abuse, thereby strengthening the community in which we live. Passed and adopted the 6th day of April 2021. And I'm a big believer that it takes a village to raise our children. And First Five, their motto is that one day the success of Lake County will be measured by the youngest of who we live here. So it's going to take all of us. So we can't sit back, and this is the time that we need to stand up and volunteer and help our community more than ever. Our children are going to need us. Come August, when our children are back in school, I challenge you to get involved. There's so many different volunteer places that you can volunteer in the schools, after school, sports. It's going to take each and every one of us to make sure that our children thrive. And Lake County is not going to thrive if our children aren't thriving. And I think I'm speaking to the choir here, but definitely we need to be taking care of our children. So thank you, ladies. And I know, Jamie, you're going to tell us more about the events that are coming down.
Of course I will.
Wonderful, thank you.
So I'm Jamie. Is it okay? Hi, I'm Jamie. Thank you guys for allowing us to come and, of course, presenting us with this proclamation this month. It was a tough year last year, and the numbers are down for the child abuse, but we all know that's not accurate. We all know that we've been indoors, and so now that things are starting to open back up, it's really important that everyone keep their eyes out and start watching and start really, because these kids need us and they need somebody to talk to. So the more they know that there's people there to support them, the more I think we're going to be able to support them. So with that being said, we didn't get to have our event last year, which is a super bummer. So we worked really hard this year, and we are going to do the event this year, but it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to have a drive-through event down at Redwood Park. So we've encouraged everyone in the county to get booths together, and we'll be offering all the resources that we have out in the county. It's going to be a drive-through event, so it's going to be awesome. We got traffic control under wraps, I promise. We're going to make it work, and we're going to have lunch for the kiddos. We're going to have sack lunches, so it's going to be really awesome. We, of course, again have the Pinwheel Garden Challenge, so I'm challenging everybody. Thank you, Tina. I know you got your garden going. To do their gardens again this year, and then hashtag Resilient Lake County.
We want to get as many gardens going as possible, and we want this county to be colored in blue or pinwheels. So I got you guys your fancy pinwheel pens, so don't be distracted by these while you're working up there. And then the last thing that we're encouraging this year is to raise awareness. So we have pledge cards that will be going around the county. So we're encouraging everyone to pledge. And then it's called #PassThePinwheel. So you can hashtag your pledge cards on there, or you can go to Lake County Cares for Our Kids and you can hashtag on there and post your pledge and what you're going to do for children for child abuse prevention. So again, thank you guys, and reach out and let the community know we're out there and we're here to support all these kids and make a difference for our future, Tina. That's what we're doing. Yep. So thank you guys.
And before you sit down, can you provide more details on the event at Redwood Park? The specific day and time.
Oh yeah, haha, just kidding. Okay, so it's actually going to be on Saturday, April 24th. The event is from 10 to 1. It's not actually in the park. We're not going to drive through the cars in the park. It's going to be in the parking lot of the Redwood Park. So there will be goodies and resources and booths from all over the county, and then we're going to just traffic control through so people can talk to the booths and get information and all their goodies. And we are having, I guess we'll just, the closing, somehow it worked out this year that the closing ceremonies, we will be sending out information about the flag raising, the closing ceremonies, which is actually on the 23rd of the month. So we'll close the month out before we have our event, but that's okay. So I'll send out more information about that as soon as we have the flag raising, the closing ceremonies. I think that's it. Anything else?
I will do my best to be there on that Saturday.
Okay.
Put me to work wherever you might need me.
Fair deal.
Yeah, no,
We have some costumes you can,
nice.
we can get you in.
I've been known to dress up sometimes.
All right, well, thank you guys, and then I got all your goodies for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I will add also that, hate to always harp on COVID-19, but this past year has been really hard on our children. School has been their safety for a lot of our children, and they have not been able to access that equal playing field of having a breakfast, having a lunch, and all the other resources that go through our schools. And so providing resources and providing the care and compassion that our children need right now is needed more than ever. So thank you for all your work. And a quick shout out to our probation department. Their pinwheel garden is amazing.
It does look really
So
good,
thank you very much to that department for their efforts.
And I just want to add, well, one, I want to say thank you, Tina, for your radio spots about foster parents. We need more foster parents in Lake County. Many of the children who do experience abuse and neglect and are removed from their homes end up out of our county. And those children have worse outcomes later in life than the ones that we can keep in the local community. So if you have the ability to open your heart and open your home to a child or children in need, please reach out to one of the local agencies. Social Services can give you information on becoming a foster parent, Redwood Community Services, as well as environmental alternatives. So please consider that as an option as well.
And there's also ways that you, if you don't feel that you can be a resource parent, that you can help our resource parents to be able to be stronger families, to be able to help our youth here. So reach out and see what you can do to help our agencies.
Thank you.
I will add one more, Bruno, in case you have. Upper Lake last year just dominated the pinwheel challenge. So if anyone wants to challenge the entire town of Upper Lake on their pinwheel competition, they're really into it. So.
Nothing like a healthy competition.
That's right. So, thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Has 300 pinwheels, so
Oh,
they're
they beat
representing
me.
for
We
Upper
only
Lake.
have 200 out. So.
See? Let the competition begin. Thank you guys.
Thank you, ladies. Okay. Let's, I believe I need to open this to the public. I haven't done so yet. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public for any public comments. Or again, click raise hand or dial *9 if you called in. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to our next item, 6.6. Our 10:10 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation designating April 2021 as Alcohol Awareness Month. And I'm going to ask if Director Metcalf would like to read that proclamation or if he would like one of us to read it.
Oh, you really want me to read it? I've got it here.
Yes. I think this is your media.
Well, here we go. So, Lake County Behavioral Services recognizes April as Alcohol Awareness Month. Whereas, according to the California Highway Patrol, Lake County had 102 DUI collisions in 2020, with 49 of those resulting in injuries and 1 fatality. Whereas the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence reports that alcohol use by young people is extremely dangerous to themselves and to society, and is directly associated with traffic fatalities, violence, suicide, and educational failure. And whereas youth who drink alcohol are more likely to experience changes in brain development and have lifelong effects, as well as unwanted, unplanned, and unprotected sexual activity. And whereas approximately 9.7 million current drinkers in the United States are between the ages of 12 and 20. And whereas young people who begin drinking before the age of 15 are 4 times more likely to develop alcohol dependence than those who begin drinking at the age of 21. And whereas underage drinking hospitalization costs more than $755 million in the United States each year due to accidents, assaults, and fights. And whereas success will not occur overnight, our patience and continued commitment to alcohol education and prevention are imperative. The County of Lake Board of Supervisors and Lake County Behavioral Services urges all residents, parents, public and private organizations, hospitals, schools, and colleges in Lake County to support efforts that will increase community awareness, understanding, and action to address underage drinking in our community. So now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors for the County of Lake join with the Lake County Behavioral Services Department and do hereby proclaim that April 2021 is Alcohol Awareness Month in the County of Lake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Metcalf. Any comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I will.
Please.
Yes, I'm glad to see this on the agenda, and I'm glad to see that we have a proclamation for it. I myself have not drank alcohol since January 9th, 2016. It's a real problem for my family and ancestry. Alcohol has been, and I know that it's okay in moderation for certain folks. But when it comes to Native American families and individuals, at times it becomes a plague. And so I'm glad to see that we're educating people on it, and to just not only highlight the fact that it does lead to suicide as well, which is another high count for reservations as well, Native Americans, but also just in general. In our county, we have 65,000 people, and we have a poor county. And in poor counties, we have problems with alcoholism and addiction. And addiction is the root to alcoholism and meth use and all the other stuff. So I'm glad we're highlighting this. And I'm not trying to completely demonize alcohol, but I just want people to know how dangerous it is, if that makes sense. So thank you for having this.
And congratulations on your years of sobriety. Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. I see somebody has their hand up. Let's go ahead. I believe April Jambra, you're unmuted. Go ahead and give us your full name, please. Oh, you are muted.
I sent April a unmute request. All right, now it looks like you're unmute. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
My first name is April. My last name is Gambra. So I am the Substance Abuse Program Manager for Lake County Behavioral Health Services. Good morning, supervisors, and thank you, Mr. Metcalf, for reading the proclamation. I had the privilege of overseeing the adult and youth services for our department, including our DUI program. My heart is really full of hearing all of the amazing things that our county continues to do despite all of our challenges. It's an honor to be a part of such an amazing county full of agencies and individuals who are dedicated to serving those that have been impacted by alcohol use and misuse. Thank you, Supervisor Crandall, for your honesty and willingness to share. It's that type of leadership that will definitely help make an impact in our county. During COVID, our department saw a large increase in requests for residential and detox services, and I'm proud to say that because of our close relationships with our partners, including Hilltop and Redwood Community Services and Ford Street, we were able to rise to the level of need and ensure that nobody was turned away. Our department has secured additional funding through grants and has been provided an opportunity to wrap services around our DUI participants. We were one of 28 counties that was selected to receive this funding to help close the gap between our DUI participants and those enrolled in our treatment services. So I'm very fortunate to be a part of such an amazing team that continues to just do whatever they can to bring additional resources to our county. Our prevention teams help provide education and outreach, not only in the schools, but in our communities, through our peer support centers, through public media, any avenues that they can manage to seize and just take hold of during these very difficult times. I am very grateful to be able to sit here today and to present to the Board of Supervisors and anybody else listening the wonderful things that our department is doing. And I look forward to being able to be a part of that change in the future. So thank you all.
Thank you so much for your comments and the work that you and your team do. I can see a sign of pride coming from Director Metcalf as you were speaking about the wonderful things that you are all doing, especially during the pandemic, where yes, we have seen quite a large increase in demands from your services. So glad that you were able to provide and meet the need. Any other comments from the public? As well as in the chamber, if there's anyone that wishes to speak. And I see we have a friend of mine, Scott Sullivan. Let's see if we can get him unmuted.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you. Please provide us your full name.
How's it going, Bruno?
I'm doing well. Please provide your full name.
I just want to give a shout out to Lake County Behavioral Health as well. It's a pleasure working here. When COVID hit, we transitioned into doing Zoom. And I tell you what, we all came together and put this into place. And the community has really responded well to it. And people are really signing up. We have a lot of people wanting to change their lives. And being a part of that is a pleasure of mine. And thank you, Todd, for all of your support. And April, thank you for all your support. And yeah, I look forward to the future.
Thank you very much. And seeing no more hands and nobody here in the chamber with a comment, let's bring it back to the board. Any final comments before we finish this item?
Just want to thank Director Metcalf for his incredible team that he has over there. It definitely takes a leader to do the work that he's doing. I know I've told him this before, but it's going to be his team that's going to shape Lake County and make a difference. So no pressure, Todd, but it's on you.
Hey, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Director Metcalf, and to your team as well. Let's go ahead and move on to our 10:15 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation designating April 2021 as Bird Appreciation Month in Lake County. Supervisor Pyska.
Yes, so this is the proclamation designating the month of April 2021 as Bird Appreciation Month in Lake County. Whereas birds are present everywhere in our environment, including our cities and towns, wetlands, the Clear Lake shoreline, oak woodlands, and chaparral. And whereas the local Redwood Audubon Society has worked for over 40 years to raise the awareness of the importance of the local bird population here, including the presenting of the annual Heron Days bird tour almost every year for the last 20 years. And whereas April 22nd is officially designated as Earth Day, and birds are a vital part of the environment in Lake County and worldwide, and whereas Lake County's rich natural resources support more than 300 species of birds, including the second highest concentration in the state of California of breeding Clarks and Western breeds on Clear Lake, and whereas the presence of such a large number of birds here is an important attraction for tourists and a benefit to the local economy. There is much that individual homeowners, businesses, and residents can do to provide safe passage and habitat for both migrating and resident birds. And whereas Lake County plays a critical role on an international scale for migratory birds that have no boundaries, and the National Audubon Society and BirdLife International have recognized Lake County as a globally important bird area, an IBA. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Lake County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims April 2021 as Bird Appreciation Month in Lake County, passed and adopted this 6th day of April 2021. So I have with us on Zoom today Roberta Lyons, who is from the Redwood Audubon Society, who prepared this proclamation. But I wanted to just add that in the weeks right after the Valley Fire, we started to have community meetings talking about how to get our ecology jump-started and to repair the damage from the fires. And we had one of our local ecologists, Larry Ray, come to an early meeting, and he said, the very first thing that you need to do is invite the birds back. You need to provide food and you need to provide habitat. And with the birds will come the rest of the ecology. And we had a community project where everybody was building birdhouses and giving birdhouses. There was hundreds of birdhouses being given around the community. People came from all over different counties in the Bay Area, bringing birdhouses up here, and also bringing food, acorns mostly, to feed the birds. And it was one of those sparks in our community that brought everybody together. But you could really see the regrowth happening and the environment responding to the birds being cared for. So it's that's a really special memory for me and really marked the beginning of the regrowth of our area with the birds. And I want to invite Roberta to also make a few comments about this proclamation.
Okay, thank you very much. Jake, if we can make sure that Roberta Lyons is unmuted.
All right.
Okay, am I unmuted now, or?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for adopting this proclamation, and thank you for your that great memory, Jessica. That was really neat. You know, thank you for adopting this resolution or this proclamation on behalf of the Redwood Audubon Society, and we're just hoping that it helps to raise awareness of the fabulous bird life that we have here in Lake County, and also encourages people to do more and to do what they can to, you know, make sure that our birds are safe and have habitat available to them. And we're going to be publishing some articles in the local news media about developing, you know, backyard habitats. And I think that people just need to really think about it a lot when whatever they do and how it impacts the wildlife around us. So thanks again. I really appreciate it, and hope everybody gets out there and watches some birds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberta. Any other comments from supervisors on this item? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Any comments on this proclamation? And seeing none, we'll bring it back. Thank you, Supervisor Pyska, for bringing this item to our attention. And we do have a beautiful county with a lot of variety of not only birds, but animals, and just we are surrounded by beauty. So thank you very much for making sure that we are aware of what we are surrounded by. Let's go ahead and I did mention earlier about coming back to our consent agenda, but I also want to be mindful that we still have a 10:20 and 10:30 a.m. items, so let's go ahead and move forward with those two, and then we'll see if we can get back to that consent agenda item. So 6.8, 10:20 a.m., consideration of resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake, State of California, confirming the prior transfer from the former Lake County Redevelopment Agency to the Lake County Housing Agency of certain real property liens and authorizing assignments of deeds of trust to reflect that transfer. And I will pass it on to CAO Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the first of two related items pertaining to the Collier Avenue project. And Susan Parker, my assistant CAO, is going to make the presentation. I want to take a moment to thank Susan for her diligence in some of our more complicated projects. It's been a big task to disentangle this project, which was originally put in motion in 2008 and then was put on hold. But I also would be remiss in my duties if I didn't thank Anita. Anita created the legal instrument to make these steps possible for your board. And so Susan is going to present, and Ryan LaRue from RCHDC is here today as well. I don't know if Ryan will make comments in regard to this item or the subsequent item. The subsequent item is a Board of Housing Commissioners item, and so you'll see that in the Zoom we also have your resident board member Deborah Figueroa present for that. So go ahead, Susan. Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Board. This proposed resolution outlines the business relationship between the County of Lake and the Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation regarding the Collier Avenue project. It details the actions from 2005 to the termination of the loan funding in 2012. The purpose of this resolution is to first formally assign the Lake County Housing Authority as the beneficiary of the deeds of trust securing the subject loans by the former Lake County Redevelopment Authority. Second, it's to reconfirm that it is in the best interest of the community to transfer the rights, powers, assets, liabilities, duties, and obligations to the Lake County Housing Authority. And lastly, authorize the chair to sign an assignment of each of the deeds of trust held by the former Lake County Redevelopment Agency for the Collier Avenue property in order to transfer those deeds to the Lake County Housing Authority. I'm available for any questions you may have, and I also would defer to Anita for any legal questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. LaRue, did you have any comments to add to this presentation?
I would defer. Susan, would you like me to speak more on the following matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will stay silent then. Thank you very much.
It was a good check-in. Any comments or questions from the board members?
No, just excited that we're moving forward on this.
So I too am excited that this is having some progress. This has been discussed for quite a while. I do want to make sure, because at one point there was a termination, I believe it was in 2012, early 2012. That termination, from what I read and understood, did it move forward all the way through? Because it's the reversal of the termination that was not fully completed. And so did the termination complete, and does this really overturn that termination? I just want to make sure that we're not missing anything here.
I can answer that unless Anita wishes to. I believe the termination you're referencing is initially the Oversight Board wished to terminate the owner participation agreement. This is referencing the termination of the additional future payments on the loan. They stopped paying on the loans or advancing, reimbursing the monies on the loans. So in essence, RCDCHC no longer was receiving funding for this project from the county. Did that help?
But the gap in between, there's no penalties, there's no, everything is kind of allowed to move on without any bumps in the road?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Grant?
essentially,
that action just remained in stasis because of the particular circumstances. The resolution doesn't adjust anything other than to finalize the actions that were already approved and should have been done. So it's really just crossing the T, dotting the I on those final actions that were previously approved.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public comments, both in the boardroom and the Zoom room. Please raise your hand. Again, it's the button at the bottom or the *9 if you called in, and I believe Director Metcalf is raising his hand to speak.
Yeah, I'm technologically challenged. I don't know which button to push, so I just do it the old school way. If I may, I just want to thank the CAO's office, County Council, Rural Community Housing Development Corporation in finally, lurching this project forward, because I've talked about this for a few years now, and this was beyond me. All this work that happened, and learning about the history of the project, and so I just want to thank everyone involved for helping move this project, this much needed project forward. So many thanks.
Thank you, Director Metcalf. And I'm not seeing any hands up in the Zoom room and not seeing any here in the chamber. So let's go ahead and bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I'd offer the resolution.
Mr. Chair, one moment, please, before you take that action.
Yes.
We noticed after the resolution was posted that there were some inconsistent references to the Lake County Housing Authority. And so we went back through the body of that document to correct those. And so the motion that you'll make to approve the resolution should note the corrections to refer to the Lake County Housing Authority as the Lake County Housing Authority consistently throughout that document. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution with corrections referencing the Housing Authority consistently throughout the resolution.
You got the thumbs up on that one.
For once.
And looking for a second?
I think it's the resolution, right?
Oh, sorry. The resolution has been offered.
All right, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to our next item. 6.9.
Again, thank you, Board, and good morning. Our
Oh,
Rural
hold on one
Communities
second.
Housing
Hold on
Development
one second.
Corporation purchased 3.33
Hello?
acres of, I'm here.
Let's hold on one second. Let me read the item first.
I apologize, sir.
This is our 10:30 a.m. item, sitting as the Lake County Housing Commission Board of Directors, considered request from the Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation to divest security and previous development interests in real property in consideration of a new agreement to develop affordable housing at 6853 Collier Avenue, Nice, California, APN number 031-053-220-000. Ms. Parker, it's your turn.
Yes, again, I apologize.
No worries.
Good morning. Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation purchased 3.33 acres of vacant land located at 6853 Collier Avenue in Nice with the intent to develop affordable housing. In 2005, the Lake County Redevelopment Agency entered into an owner participation agreement with RCHCD to develop a 50-unit affordable housing project. Subsequently, the Lake County Redevelopment Agency issued 2 forgivable notes to the RCHDC for a total amount not to exceed $1,248,000 to help fund an affordable housing project. Shortly after which, the state of California dissolved all redevelopment authorities and agencies in California in 2012 as a result of a lawsuit. The Lake County Oversight Board of the successor agency initially considered termination of the owner participation agreement, but reconsidered. However, the Oversight Board did terminate future reimbursable payments to the RCHDC. This project stalled due to the RCHDC's inability to obtain additional funding due to the existing liens. Before the termination, RCHDC utilized $626,872 of the loan amounts for the pre-development costs for this vacant lot. The total lien on the property does still equal $1,248,000, and which far exceeds the assessed value by the County of Lake Assessor's Office of $318,634. The corporation proposes that the Lake County Housing Commission consider taking the necessary steps to divest its security and pre-existing development interest in the real property located at 6853 Collier Avenue in Nice, in consideration of a new agreement to develop affordable housing at that site. If the board agrees, the next steps would include developing a new agreement that would replace the OPA, the Owner Participation Agreement, and the Affordable Housing Covenant. And also we would draft the necessary instruments needed to forgive the forgivable loans. A letter detailing this request from the corporation has been included in your packet for review and consideration. And as stated previously, Executive Director Mr. LaRue is here to speak or answer any questions you may have. I know Todd, is he still here? There he is. Yeah, Todd Metcalf is still here. And I don't know if the CEO is here, Ryan. You can speak to that if he is. And lastly, Crystal Marketan may wish to speak on this matter also.
And before we move on, I do want to make sure and acknowledge that Deborah Figueroa is here with us, representing the, I believe Housing Commission is what we just moved into. I don't have it right in front of me. But wanted to make sure and acknowledge that. And Mr. LaRue, if you have anything to add.
Yes, thank you so much, Susan, and thank you for taking the time, Chairperson and members of the board, to discuss this very important item with us today. My name is Ryan LaRue. I'm the Director of Development for RCHDC, and I'm here to represent this project and answer any questions. I think Susan and Carol pretty well covered the history of the project. So I don't want to bore you with that, but I would just like to add, Todd and myself have been working for several years to bring this project to fruition through an allocation of No Place Like Home funds from the state of California, which Todd procured. And in that, our organization's proven to be extremely effective in utilizing those funds to bring to fruition affordable housing communities. We recently closed and are starting construction on 3 No Place Like Home projects located in Mendocino, Tehama, and Humboldt County. So we're very familiar with the program and are able to leverage those dollars with low-income housing tax credits to develop and construct and own and operate an affordable housing community for the benefit of Lake County. And so we feel that our recent successes evidence the necessity of cleaning up the title issues associated with this Collier Avenue project. And while the history of this project in particular is somewhat complex, I believe that our team and Carol's team have worked and continuing to work to make sure that this project is successful and just does not remain vacant land in perpetuity. So I very greatly appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
Thank you very much. And then Director Metcalf and Director Marketan were mentioned, wondering if they have any comments to make before we open it up for the board.
Well, as Ryan mentioned, I'm sorry, Todd Metcalf, Director of Lake County Behavioral Health Services. As Mr. LaRue mentioned, that yes, we are utilizing No Place Like Home grant funding, but in addition to that, we also have Mental Health Services Act housing dollars that have been sitting, collecting dust for quite some time, that will also be a supplement to the funding through the No Place Like Home grant. And RCHDC knows how to finesse these dollars and leverage dollars And I'm just grateful to be able to work with such a great organization that can help turn this project into a reality. So I wanted to thank you for that. And again, like I said before, just thanking everyone for helping move this project forward. I'm very grateful and excited.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Parker.
Yes, Mickey Dolby from DSS is available if anyone has any questions. Unfortunately, Crystal had a conflict at this time.
Okay, perfect. If we have any questions, we'll make sure to allow her to unmute and respond. Any comments or questions from the board? So I have a quick question. So obviously a complex situation where there's $1.2 million in lien on a property, that is definitely a burden on that property at this moment. We're offering to work with that by reopening an agreement right now with hopes to obtain some grant funds from the No Place Like Home. I'm kind of curious as to why there's $1.2 million in lien, because didn't we send the state back $600,000 and only draw down $600? So why is it $1.2 million on a lien when we had to give back $600?
Yes, I can speak to that on behalf of the developer. Is the commitment was initially started as a $250,000 forgivable loan, and then there was a subsequent commitment from Lake County for $998 or whatever the variance may have been. So that commitment stayed in place and was then enacted on the deed and shown as a lien on the property. So regardless of how much money RCHDC actually drew down from those funds, that amount stayed on title. And so that's one of the significant issues, is that value is so high for this property. And so when we go to invest or procure investors and lenders, it does not look well or favorable. And Anita might want to speak to that more clearly, but that's from our council's perspective. And the complexity arises from the RDA dissolution and the county, having to comply with the RDA dissolution of funds.
Okay, appreciate that comment. Ms. Grant, did you have any additional response?
No, that's essentially correct. What I can tell you is that here, the initial funding was done in one environment. The property was, during the redevelopment time, the property was subject to the dissolution through redevelopment as to the certain of these liens, and so there was $600,000 that was disencumbered back to the state as a result of that process. This entire process, because redevelopment was involved, owned essentially that lien, has been a question of pulling strings and trying to find how best to unravel all of this so that the project can go forward cleanly, both as to the entity itself with regard to its lending or its borrowing power and ability to obtain grant funds, but also as to the county to ensure that the county has taken every scrupulous track necessary to ensure that the property itself belongs to the county of Lake, or the lien belongs to the county of Lake, so that it could go forward. It sounds as if it took a long time, and essentially it did, but you're talking about years of documents, and some of which exist in one location, some of which existed in another location. So we were all kind of playing a very detailed scavenger hunt kind of game to find this. But again, essentially all of this is accurate. The statement as to the $1.2 million and the drawdown is absolutely correct. And again, the remainder of the available funds went through the redevelopment process. So this is what you're left with, essentially. But I do believe that all the threads have been tied together neatly, and this can proceed both legally, ethically, and I think to the betterment not only of the county, but it will ease the ability of this organization to be able to go forward and do the good work they're destined to do here.
Right, and I think the end goal is, as Mr. LaRue was saying, is to not keep a vacant lot and to get something moving. In the $600,000 that you did draw down, or that RCHCD drew down, it was for architectural and engineering and other applications to get progress going into building the site, designing the site. Is that all still, was there a large number of, a large amount of progress made with that 600,000, and is that still usable in moving forward? Just kind of checking in to see where we were with all the documentation, and if we kind of are starting midway or if we're starting all over.
Right, great question. Essentially, we are starting all over just due to the fact that all of the reports that were procured and engineering and architectural renderings are no longer compliant with either California building codes, or the environmental reports that were procured are no longer conducted in a time frame that meets the funding requirements. So everything needs to be updated essentially due to the time frame of the time that those reports were requested and produced. Unfortunate sequence of events, but we will be starting over, unfortunately. But I'd like to note that the ask from RCHDC is not to have Lake County fund those pre-development costs as we did on the first iteration of this project. RCHDC funds those activities internally now. We're sustainably operating to develop and project.
Appreciate the response. Thank you very much. And then the grant is not due until January 2022, or is that where they will announce if you've won the grant? Wondering if you can detail a little bit on that.
Yeah, so the No Place Like Home competitive funds are due, the application is due January of this upcoming year. And so the work that we're doing now, and we're so grateful to work with the county, is cleaning up the title to allow us to be competitive for those funds. And so after that application, we will then apply for low-income housing tax credits to fund the remaining gap of the project costs. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, and then I know that in certain grant processes, it helps to get support, letters of support and whatnot. I hope that you come back to this board to ask us for whatever it is that you require to have the best possible score on your grant application, so that we can make sure that this project moves forward, rather than unfortunately does not receive the grant, which is always a possibility. So please make sure to utilize this board and bring us anything that we can do to help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that invitation. It's greatly appreciated.
And CAO Hutchinson, you had a comment?
Yes, I thought, before we move on to open it up for other comments, it might be helpful to have Mr. LaRue and Mr. Metcalf speak just really briefly about the vision for this housing project. I haven't heard that stated. The size of the unit, the number of folks that could be served, given the blended funding streams that will come together, who is anticipated to reside in this location. Just a few of those little details, with the understanding these are the initial steps to get this project rolling, and we'll be back in front of your board with future steps as well. But just a couple details I think would be helpful to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the funding, as I said earlier, right now we're looking at two different funding streams. One coming from the Mental Health Services Act, which is approximately $950,000, and then the No Place Like Home grant, the non-competitive grant that we've already received, which is a little over $500,000. They both are designed to serve folks experiencing mental illness. So that would be the demographic that would be housed there and served. And Ryan, I'm hoping you might be able to refresh my memory on the blueprints. I'm at home today. The blueprints are on my desk, but I'm forgetting the size and scope of the actual facility. But getting, Carol, back to your question, that's the population that we would be serving. And again, and this would be a permanent supportive housing complex, very different from like the Hope Center, which is transitional housing. This is where the plan is to move those people from like Hope Center in a transitional housing facility to this type of housing facility.
Right. Thank you, Todd. So currently, as it's designed in this revision to the previous version of Collier, it's contemplated a 40-unit mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units, with the inclusion of a rather large community building with separate supportive services offices inside the community room. Includes a kitchen, laundry facilities. I should have sent the plans, I apologize. But Todd is correct, so the population demographic, according to No Place Like Home as well as MHSA, is seriously mentally ill, homeless, or at risk of homelessness. And per the No Place Like Home guidelines, the project is eligible to have 49% of the units restricted for those eligible clients. So the remaining units will not have a specific use restriction besides just a general low-income unit. So the state has definitely gone through this model of inclusionary housing, where it's integration of individuals suffering from homelessness, and then individuals that may not be and have no real preference. So that's the tendency. I would also note that RCHDC has procured $500,000 in grant funds from the Redwood Coast Regional Center through the developmentally delayed services at the state level, to partner with them. And as I understand it, and working with Todd, some of the clients are duly diagnosed at times. So our partnership with the Redwood Coast Regional Center will also serve approximately 10 units for their clients at this community. And so holistically, it's a wraparound services permanent supportive housing project. And these really thrive when you see such a successful behavioral health and recovery services department such as Todd's. And so RCHDC is extremely happy to be partnering with Lake County Behavioral Health on this.
Thank you so much. Any further questions from board members? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. And again, please click the button at the bottom of your screen for raising your hand, or if you've called in, dial *9. All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back, and we're looking, we're looking at an agreement to be approved.
To draft it, I believe, Mr. Su.
Direction to staff to prepare the agreement.
Oh,
Mr. Chair, I'll motion to authorize the CAO or designee to draft the new agreement for the Lake County Housing Commission to develop affordable housing at 6853 Collier Avenue, Nice, California, and the associated legal instruments required to divest Lake County's security interest in pre-existing development restrictions of said real property.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Crandall,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Aye.
Commissioner Pyska,
Yes.
Commissioner Figueroa,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for making this come back to life.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You can't tell that we're happy about this one, huh?
We're all smiling, believe it or not. All right, it is 11:14. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:25. And yes, I believe we are ready. I want to check in before we begin that we have Supervisor Pyska, that we have CAO Hutchinson, and then also Johanna as well.
I'm here.
All right, both of you.
And the little ones, too.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go. So we're going to continue our meeting, and we're going to go back to fixing my mistake that I made. I had placed the item 5.2 on the consent agenda, meaning to put it on the untimed agenda. So I'm going to ask a favor of my colleagues if we can renege on our approval of 5.1 to 5.4 and 5.6 through 5.25, and then reapprove all the rest except for 5.2 so we can take up 5.2. I believe that that's the best way to do that, to move forward. Ms. Grant?
Yes, sir, you can just simply ask for a motion to reconsider the approval of the consent agenda and then take the actions. If that's successful, then take the actions as you've outlined.
Perfect, thank you so much. So if
So moved.
Perfect.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we could have a roll call?
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. And then looking for action on the rest of the consent agenda other than items 5.2 and 5.5, which has been approved separately.
Mr. Chair, I will move to approve items on the consent agenda, item 5.1, 5.3, 5.4, and then 5.6 through 5.25. Correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, also to the board for allowing me to bring this back. So I would like to open up 5.2, approved letter opposing SB 271. Just kind of want to present it real quick and identify what SB 271 is, and also allow Sheriff Brian Martin to make comments on this. Him and I worked on the letter together. SB 271 is a real simple bill. There is law currently that if you want to run for sheriff of a county in the state of California, that you need to meet specific eligibilities. Some of that eligibility is to have some post-training, to have been a law enforcement officer. I believe you have to have worked full-time. There's some very specific categories about basically bringing a professional resume to the position and experience to the position, rather than just a person who has a good heart who wants to do good things, which is what I assume most people put their hats in the ring to run for offices. That's their reason for wanting to run, is to better things. But here, I'm very concerned because as we have a national conversation about policing, to minimize the threshold of what it means to not only be law enforcement, which is actually kind of irony. We're reducing the eligibility to be the top law enforcement, but increasing the eligibility for those who want to be a rookie law enforcement officer. And that doesn't make sense to me. I think that professionalism is important. I think that experience and understanding of what it means to uphold the law, as well as the state and national and federal constitution, is important. And in order to ensure that we gain and continue to have public trust in the work that our law enforcement does, that it is imperative for us to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. So when I was shown that SB 271 was on the floor of the Senate to be discussed, I wanted to immediately make sure that we made our comments that we want to ensure that our sheriffs meet a certain criteria. And so I will open it up for Sheriff Martin to add comments. We can see you talking, but we can't hear you. Now you're muted. Jake, if we can see if we can help him out. You're unmuted. Let's see if we can hear you this time. Nope. Back to muted. Unmuted. Let's see if we can hear you. Uh-oh.
How about now?
Ah, there you are.
Okay, all right. With the change in the platform on Zoom, I think it switched speakers or microphones on me. I'll start over. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this item. I know that people will probably have a lot of preconceptions about why I want to talk about this, and I will assure you that my heart in this is really to make sure that we have good public policy in California. I think this is very much a matter of public policy. If there's a question of whether or not this would benefit me personally or not, I have the job already, and I'm happy to have it, and I'm happy to serve as long as the people of California will have me. And if they decide otherwise, I'm willing to accept that as well. But I commit to continue serving as well as I can for as long as I can. What this will do, let me get a little reference on some of the things that are required here. The elected county officials, with the exception of boards of supervisors, all have minimum requirements. Elected judges have minimum requirements to be judges. District attorneys have minimum requirements to be district attorneys, above and beyond simply passing law school. The same goes for the assessor recorder, treasurer, tax collector, and right down to almost every position within government employment has some sort of prerequisite to be able to find people that are capable of performing these functions. In California in 1988, the law was passed requiring some professional experience and some qualifications for people to hold the office of sheriff, and those requirements have been in effect since that time. You mentioned the post-training requirements. POST is the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Trainings, which sets the requirements for various training to become a peace officer and various requirements to obtain different certificate levels within that career field. Peace officers in California can obtain certificates from basic, intermediate, advanced, supervisory, management, all the way up to the executive level. And possession of some of those certificates or some other combination of experiences is necessary in order to meet the qualifications to run for sheriff. These current qualifications are not an unattainable bar. Some people, even if they don't have a whole lot of education, if they have a few years of experience, they can meet that bar to actually run for sheriff. And you don't need to be somebody that's within the sheriff's office already to run for it. There are many former CHP, retired CHP or former CHP officers, city police officers, DA investigators, other state peace officers that are eligible to run for sheriff and have done so. This law would essentially strip all those requirements. And some of the proponents, I can't get into all the reasons that the law is being proposed, but a lot of the arguments that we hear are that you have sheriffs in larger counties. Los Angeles County and Sacramento County and San Francisco seem to be the three that draw the most attention when looking for justification or opposition to this. And what I will tell you is that the functions of the sheriff in those three counties are much different than we experience here in rural counties, such as Lake County. The arguments to be made that you don't need somebody that's been a career law enforcement because the sheriff in Los Angeles County probably doesn't go out and do patrol. The sheriff in Sacramento County doesn't need to know how to conduct a search of a prisoner or transport somebody because they don't do that because they have enough people. What I'll tell you, in Lake County, I do those things. And in many smaller counties throughout the state, the sheriff does those types of things. And this policy is going to adversely affect, it's one of those blanket policies that's put in by somebody who lives in a large jurisdiction without giving consideration and thought to the impacts that it might have to people that live in rural communities such as ours. And it will have a great impact if you have somebody in office that's never been through one of these disasters in a leadership capacity or even in a first responder capacity. It's going to have a great impact if you elect somebody with absolutely no law enforcement experience and give them the power and the authority and the ability to go out and conduct law enforcement operations without having any idea of what goes into respecting somebody's civil rights, respecting their constitutional rights, ensuring that evidence is gathered properly to convict those that are accused of wrongdoing, if that conviction, and even more importantly, to ensure that we don't wrongfully gather evidence or wrongfully accuse people who are in fact innocent. These are things that you don't learn these things by simply getting more votes. You learn these things by a combination of years of experience and a combination of training. And that is simply what the current law requires now to hold the office of sheriff, that you have to have some minimal amounts of training and experience in order to be eligible to run for that position. I just want to highly stress how much of an impact this could potentially have for rural counties like ours, where the sheriff does and is expected to interact on a daily basis during a lot of these operations. And if you have somebody that gets elected to that office that doesn't have that ability, those traits, those characteristics, those experiences, and that training that's developed over years of law enforcement, it's going to be I think we're going to have some poor outcomes. So in closing, I've let our representatives know where I stand on SB 271. I want to thank the chair for bringing this item and really hope that this board takes a look and really give consideration to signing this letter. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
And I do want to add something real quick. Because of the fact that all qualifications and eligibility has disappeared, this means that literally anybody, no matter what their criminal background may be, has the eligibility to run for sheriff. That does not make sense to me. Granted, we would hope that the voters can easily filter through those individuals, but that's not always the case. And I think that, again, having a sense of a certain level of a standard of expectation of what professionalism means when it comes to law enforcement, that to me shines very true as to what our needs are and what I expect from our law enforcement bodies as well. So thank you very much, Sheriff Martin, for joining me in this presentation. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, I will just add that we rely on our sheriff to manage our disasters and be in charge of OES, and we need to have that high level of expertise each year when we deal with our disasters.
Thank you for that. Any other comments, Supervisor Scott?
I definitely support this letter and our sheriff, and I just have a couple questions. Are other counties writing these same sort of letters, and is it getting a lot of support in the state of California? Do we know, Sheriff Martin?
I believe there are some other jurisdictions. I know that some of the employee organizations are writing letters in opposition to it. It seems to be garnering more support in the urban areas, again, the areas of high population. And just to be very candid, I can see the reasons people might think that it's not that bad of an idea in these more urban areas, because if you're in charge of an agency that has 1,000 deputy sheriffs, yeah, the likelihood is that the sheriff is not going to go out and interact as I do. There's a bunch of staff that are available to do that. But the vast majority of counties in California are rural like ours and don't have that population, don't have that ability. And this bill would throw that blanket over the entire county and have an adverse impact more on counties like ours than anywhere else. I don't know the exact list of counties that are in opposition or whether or not there are any, but I know that a lot of the law enforcement professional organizations have come out in opposition to it.
And I believe it was the Sheriff's Association that submitted a letter saying that they opposed the bill. I myself looked for if a template letter existed already to see if we can start with that. I did not find a template letter, so I couldn't say that other jurisdictions are submitting this letter. It is being authored by Senator Scott Wiener, who is a representative of the San Francisco Bay Area. So definitely speaks of what his perspective is in his region versus what ours is. And I felt the need to make a statement.
Do we know when it hits the floor for a vote, or?
I am not aware of the exact time frame of the bill moving through its steps at this moment.
The next step is supposed to go to, it's a committee, I don't remember the name of the committee, but it's chaired by Senator McGuire in late April.
Any other comments from the board?
Yes. Yes, no, I'm in support of opposing this letter. I've been in a situation where law enforcement at a specific area was not certified or qualified to do the job they were supposed to, but it gave validity to them. And so it made it very difficult to clean up the situation. It made it very difficult for the community, confusing. And it put the situation in a very, the actual agency in a lot of liability. So I'm in full agreement with opposing this.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this, Mr. Chair, and also Sheriff Martin. Obviously, we rely heavily on our sheriff here, and ultimately, we want someone who's professional trained and has the understanding is moving forward. There are always things that everyone can get better at, and I think that's some of the conversations that's being had, but having the proper training and other things to deal with folks here in our local jurisdiction is very important, so I completely support sending this letter at this point.
Thank you very much. I just think that we should be looking to raise the bar, never lower the bar. Yes, I believe a part of this is the conversation about diversity and inclusion, and I think we can raise the bar and also increase diversity and inclusion all at the same time. They are not uniquely separate. They can come together at the same time. So I hope that we can move forward with this. Let's open it up to the public and see if there's any. Oh.
I just wanted to add, because you mentioned something, about the diversity and inclusion, and I want to highlight that our sheriff has always been one to work, especially with the Native American community and any other community of color. He's always been ready to tackle issues of that. And so I know for us, if there's issues with that when it comes to this Senate bill, like, we are willing to attack those issues, and I know that our sheriff's always been right at the forefront of making sure he takes care of it, so.
Appreciate the comment.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just in terms of the status of the bill right now.
Please.
It has passed the Senate and the Senate Public Safety Committee by a vote of 4-1, and it now is headed to the Senate Governance and Finance Committee.
So it's got legs. It's moving.
So
It appears.
how does Senator McGuire feel about it?
I can't speak for Senator McGuire. I've had discussions with him, and I think several of the other sheriffs have had some discussions, and he hasn't indicated one way or the other. He hasn't tipped his hand to indicate his support or lack of support for it. And while I got the platform here again one more time, I appreciate the kind things that the board is saying. And like I said, my commitment is to work as hard and as well as I can. But this bill truly isn't for me. I can run for, whether or not this passes, I can run for another term for sheriff. This is about who comes after me. And I hope that whoever comes after me does a better job than I do. There's always room for improvement. And my honest hope is that whoever comes after me does a better job than I do. Not that I don't think I've done a bad job. It's a very challenging environment. But for me, it's important that whoever comes after me has that experience that's gained over several years of working in law enforcement, has an idea what to do, and comes in with those tools, and they don't have a learning curve. And sometimes that learning curve can be years and years. The learning curve to get to the qualification is in fact years and years. And in a lot of situations, it's even longer than a single term of sheriff. This is about doing what's best for our community, that we don't spend 4 years with a sheriff who's trying to get up to speed, and then we get tired of that person and we vote them out of office, and then vote in another person who is basically doing an on-the-job training program on how to be a law enforcement officer. This is to ensure that we have qualified people that are able to put in for this, just like for every other job that we hire for somebody to do. We want to get the best candidates in there because we want the person that can do the best job. And I hope everybody that's in a leadership position hopes that their successor does an even better job than they did.
Thank you. And our hopes with making this a public conversation is to make sure that everybody is aware that this bill exists, is aware that this bill is potentially moving forward. Not sure how much further it will go, but it is moving. And that if they want to take some of the same steps that we're taking, that they can contact the representative at the state level, submit an email, submit a letter, and let them know how they feel about it. It's that important to me to make sure that we have this public comment. And so with that, let's open up public comment and see if anybody has anything to add or any questions they may have. Again, press the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or press *9, dial *9 if you called in to the Zoom room. And also looking in the chamber if there's anyone with a comment. And it appears that we do not have any public comment, so let's go ahead and bring it back. And I think that if there's nothing further from the board or from Sheriff Martin, let's go ahead and take action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the letter opposing SB 271.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Johanna, roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sheriff Martin, and thank you, Board, for indulging me in bringing this back for us to be able to speak on it. Okay, so we are done with our consent, and we have one timed item left that will be at 3 p.m. Let's go ahead and start with our 7.2 item, consideration of discussions of plans and preparation for April 16th, 2021 Board Governance Workshop. So let me open up an email real quick. So we've been discussing, in the last 2 years, at least since I've been here, we've had some board governance workshops that have been held over in the Lower Lake Town Hall. Our first year that I was here, we had Bill Shyatt that helped us do some team building and some good conversation about our direction, where we were headed. We also did a governance workshop about economic development last year before things got a little changed on us with the COVID pandemic that started coming. And this year, been having discussions with both Vice Chair Crandall and our CAO Hutchinson about what does this year's workshop look like. And so we are looking to time the workshop in mid-April, and part of that reason for looking at the April timeline is we're getting very close to budget. And the way that I envision budgets is budgets are meant to be built around our goals. What do we want to do? It's easy to have $1 million and have a one-line item that says we spend $1 million and our budget is balanced and we're done, but what does it get us? What goals are we achieving and what objectives do we have? And so before Vice Chair and I came on board, there was Vision 2028. That was approved by the Board of Supervisors at the time. Vision 2028 has very lofty goals. And those lofty goals, while I hate using the word lofty because it sounds like it's almost an impossibility, they are goals that we should all aspire for us to eventually achieve. I think that we need to take a step back and recognize that because they're such large goals, we have to figure out how we're going to reach that goal. And I'm hopeful that on a year-to-year basis, we can come down to our governance workshop and decide what is our objective in order to reach our Vision 2028 goal. Let's break this down with every year we take a step in order to get to 2028. If we don't make this deliberate conversation, then we might reach 2028 and may not have reached have not made the progress we intended to have made. Let's be very deliberate about it. And so what we want to do is we want to plan for the 2021 workshop by reviewing, this was homework, I'm sorry to provide homework for everybody, by reviewing Vision 2028. And we're going to, my opinion is we want to throw out economic development and we want to throw out infrastructure. That's being discussed already by the Economic Development Task Force. One quarter's report has already been brought back to the Board of Supervisors, and a second report will be coming forthright. And so the rest that is available within Vision 2028, I would like for us to review and decide what are goals that we want to bring to this governance workshop to throw up on a wall, present to the rest of the Board of Supervisors, and then we can decide which goals do we want to achieve this year in order for us to feel like we're moving towards Vision 2028, again, in a very deliberate fashion. I'm hoping that we can all come back with at least 2 goals that meet what would appear to be a step towards Vision 2028. You can come back with as many goals as you feel is necessary. And then again, we'll reduce it to a quantity that is doable. Maybe we'll have 2 goals by the end of our workshop. Maybe we'll choose 3 goals, but something that is feasible, something we can actually get done. Once we decide what those goals are, then the department heads will be listening to our conversation and our deliberation about what goals we choose. And some of the goals should be centered around better quality of life for Lake County residents, and cleaner and safer Lake County. And as they're listening to our conversation, once we're done and we've made a decision as to what our goals are, there'll be an opportunity in the second half of our workshop where once they are presented with our goals, that they can provide some feedback. Because we can't just make goals in thin air, they have to have reality instilled in them. They have to have measurables instilled in them. And we need to have a conversation with our department heads and hear their feedback on what our goals are, so maybe we can tweak our goals just a little bit to make sure that it's something that we can accomplish. And then those department heads will go back to their departments. They will finalize their budgets. They will finalize their Form 1s of their budgets, which is basically their goals that they are looking to get done in this year, where they can apply how they're going to help us reach our goal from their department's perspective. Not every department's going to be able to cover every goal, and there's the possibility that some departments, and I hate to pick on registrar voters, but maybe registrar voters will not be able to meet any of the push that we're looking to get for our goals, depending on what our goals are. And so it's possible that this doesn't touch all departments, but I'm hopeful that we will touch a large majority of our departments where we feel like we have a coordinated game plan of what it is that we're doing this year, why is it that we're doing what we're doing this year, and then feel good at the end of the year where we can say, hey, we've completed this goal, or we've gotten this far into accomplishing our goal. I think that we can see a lot more progress when we're very deliberate in setting those goals and wanting to meet those goals and reviewing them on an annual basis where we can check off the things that we've done. The satisfaction of that, the morale boost of doing those things is going to be great. And again, it gives you a purpose, not you, us as a team, the entire staff, as well as the Board of Supervisors, a sense of purpose of why it is that we are doing what we are doing. And then once we have all that done, our governance workshop, the goal is to create what's called a roadmap task force, where that ad hoc committee will be responsible in ensuring that we are making progress in achieving those goals and coming back to report somewhat similar to the Economic Development Task Force to the Board of Supervisors to let them know this is where we are with these goals. As you know, we set goals for every single one of our departments. From my perspective and point of view, that is us attempting to hold them accountable for what we're asking them to do by writing it in as a goal and saying, let's see what we can do to reach that. These goals will be our goals where we will hold ourselves and the public can hold us accountable in making sure that we reach those goals. And so I think that I've hit on the basic concept of what it is that we are asking for on April 16th. Again, bring a minimum of 2 goals based on Vision 2028. We will throw those up on the wall and have a presentation of each goal and then make a decision as to which ones we want. And I'm very excited about this possibility of how this can help us in the production of our future budgets and ensuring that we can move forward and see progress. And I hope that the public can be excited about this as well. There is, I'm trying to think if I missed anything, and I'm going to let CAO, or actually Vice Chair Crandall, if there's anything that I missed, please add in, or just add in your own.
No, I know that we discussed trying to ensure that we get focused on our Vision 2028 goals and kind of get to a point where I guess you could say the rubber meets the road and start getting things forward. I know things come to us in a lot of different factions, and we know it's on task. Like I think last year we had the town halls wanted to talk about their overlays, and I think Gene came forward from Worth, and we talked about that, and I said, okay, it fits the general plan. But with this, we can go ahead and be a little more proactive and get some of this done and start chipping away. So when 2028 comes here, we could say, well, we got this much done at least, or we got it all done, so I think that's where. Yeah.
And also in around October-ish, I would like to put together an event for all of us to be together and do a state of the county report, where we will be announcing, these are our goals, these are the things that we are working on, this is what we've done so far. I think State of the County reports should be a moment to boast of the things that we have accomplished. Too often we're in the nose to the grindstone with the problems that we have to deal with versus kind of looking back and seeing all the things that we've accomplished. And then also letting them know what, not only what we've accomplished, and we, them being the public, but also letting them know these are the things that we're working on to accomplish next year. And again, that makes us accountable by making those presentations and letting them know these are the things that we desire to get done. During the State of the County, I plan to have a couple surprises, as well as there's other items that will be a part of that. And I think that's it for CAO Hutchinson. You have anything else to add to this?
Yes, I just, it is exciting stuff. I share your enthusiasm, and I wondered if I could do a share screen of the outline to help the other three board members that were not part of the planning discussion to get a better sense of what we had in mind for their preparation. It's a draft outline because, of course, we want everyone's input before it is finalized, but could I share screen now?
If Jake allows you to, then absolutely.
I'm going to give it a shot and see if it will allow me to. Let's see. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so you verbally outlined what the requested preparation would be, assuming that that this is good for a majority of the board.
Is it possible for you to zoom in a little bit, because it's a very fine print?
Yes, let me do that here.
On the bottom right, you have the zoom slider.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Techie. Thank you. Whoops, I went the other way. There we go. Okay, so just starting at the preparation for the workshop portion. So each board member would prepare in advance by formulating and being prepared to present at least 2 proposed goals and all of the justification. And then, of course, from their viewpoint, the challenges associated with translating each goal to action. And as you went over, these are the criteria for goals: realistic and measurable, centering around better quality of life for Lake County residents, cleaner, safer Lake County, and staff development leading to more effective use of public funds because it makes us more efficient and responsive. So the first half of the workshop, each board member would present their goals. And in fact, I should backtrack because the opening of the session will be the board's acknowledgement with department heads present of the many challenges, obstacles, and barriers we're facing to move Lake County forward to where it needs to be in 2028. No one is blind to the fact that there are a lot of reasons we struggle accomplishing goals. And so I think that needs to be well articulated. And so then each board member presents his or her goals and the justification, and then the board discusses it and hopefully comes to consensus for at least 2 top priority goals from all of those presented. And then the second half of the workshop, more of an open discussion with department heads who've been listening up to that point. The board would present the priority goals that it drilled down to. And then in particular, a ground rule for that second half. And we would ask that we do not articulate that we don't have capacity to achieve a goal we're contemplating unless we also include a brief summary of what we believe is needed to address the capacity issue that is the problem. So we can say what those reasons are, but we also have to follow it with proposed solutions. And ultimately, that would become the work of this new task force that would focus here to begin addressing those solutions that are needed to get moving forward with the goals. So if that is helpful.
And I just want to add to that there was I'm not sure if any of you were able to listen to the CSAC presentation of the seating of the new president, which is James Gore, supervisor of the county of Sonoma. He made an amazing presentation or amazing speech where in a moment of crisis, we have an opportunity to make some of the greatest change that we can see in our lifetimes. And I think we have an opportunity. I know that the pandemic has been a dark cloud over many of our staff, many of our constituents, but the fact is it offers so many opportunities because there's more funding available to do the things that we want to do right here, right now. And so the answer shouldn't be we can't. The question should be how can we? And I think we need to be bold, and I think we need to think big, and we need and this is not an easy assignment. The idea of a specific goal to bring to the table, when you really start sitting down and thinking about it, it's not an easy task. There's so many different things that we want to get done. To actually formulate it into one specific statement is difficult. But at the same time, I really feel that 2028, while lofty, is exactly where we want to go and is our destination. The question is, are we formulating a plan in order to make sure we get there? And I think that these goals can help us get there. So, open for comments or questions from the board. And,
Hi.
Yes.
So we're looking for specific goals that align with the 2028 vision, and then a pathway to implementation. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, that sounds great.
Any other comments? I got some nods.
Straightforward.
Yeah,
Okay.
excited to see what everybody's going to bring.
Yeah, no, I'm very interested in hearing what people bring. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. And we'll start with the boardroom if there's anybody here that has a comment.
Or wants to help us with our goals.
And let's go ahead and check in the Zoom room. Please click raise hand at the bottom of your screen or *9 if you have called in through a phone. Okay. And this was for, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. This was for informational only, just to kind of give you a glimpse of what the conversation will be like so we can all come prepared. And this will be on April 16th. And CAO Hutchinson, is it 9 a.m. that we are starting, or is it 8 a.m.?
It's 9 a.m. and it's assumed that it would be a 3 or 4 hour duration. So no lunch break, probably a break, but not a lunch break, and then done in the early afternoon. And the other point we should probably make, since some department heads are present today, is the intention would be, following this workshop, to change up the forms that departments use to submit their recommended budgets, so that generally speaking, department goals align around this same structure of thought. And so we're in the process of revising those forms, and we'll finalize those revisions after your board has this session, because we're assuming everything could potentially change.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And Carol can send us that form that she showed us?
That form is for the department heads.
No, the one that the share screen.
Oh, yeah, if you can share that, basically the workshop guideline.
Yes, I will. And hopefully the board members can also be giving thought to who might be interested in serving in this task force, which will have as important a role in the future as does the Economic Development Task Force, kind of operating in a parallel manner.
Correct.
So do you want us to prepare our own slideshows with our goals?
I think that would be awesome.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. I would say come with what you're comfortable with bringing to us, so we can have a really good, sincere, and candid conversation. Okay. Without any further comments, let's go ahead and move on to item 7.3, consideration of resolutions of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake, State of California, confirming the highest priority projects for submittal for the Community Project Funding Program. A, Lakeport Armory Facility repurposing and expansion for wildfire training. B, Full Circle Effluent Pipeline Preliminary Design Report Update. C, Pedestrian Traffic and Street Improvements. CAO Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Parker has had very busy weeks recently, and she's also taken the lead on this opportunity, which has come to us through Mike Thompson's office. Each congressperson now has the opportunity to have 10 projects in his or her district funded, and so we're encouraged by this prospect. Susan will present each one of these with you. We've also discussed these projects with the Economic Development Task Force. Some of these projects are ones that have been recycling for a while, looking for a funding source, and some are somewhat new for this purpose. So it's a great opportunity for us, and Susan has also had several pretty in-depth communications with Mike Thompson's office to make sure we're headed in the right direction with our requests. So thank you, Susan.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Well, she took my whole introduction.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Please save my time. Well, I noticed that the department heads with the respective or the proposed projects are online, so I'll let them speak to specifics of the projects and the priority for their departments. But the first one that we're looking at is the Lakeport Armory repurposing and facility expansion for wildfire training. As you may recall, we worked on the Armory swap with the Clear Lake property. And this is the next step outside of the exchange agreement with the state is actually doing the facility improvements, enhancements, and we added the multi-jurisdictional wildfire training and education element to make it a more regional project and to also include state, federal, and the local both fire and law enforcement and whatever else Sheriff Martin wishes to include. And it's for an amount not to exceed $1 million. It's in a very preliminary phase of planning, so we don't have a solid number to submit at this point in time, but they also understand that when I spoke to the Congressman Thompson's staff. The second one is a full circle preliminary design report update. As most of you know, this has been discussed since well before I came here, but probably over 20 years. We did include it would be the update to the existing plan in order to move forward. It would be basically an update of the feasibility study. And again, I can see Scott is in the Zoom, and so maybe he can speak to more specifics about that. The pedestrian and street improvements, that's for an amount not to exceed $500,000. The pedestrian and street improvement program includes the Canocti Road Pedestrian Improvements Project and the reconstruction of the Meeks Lucerne cutoff at the intersection of Lakeshore Boulevard and State Highway 29 overpass. Those two combined would be for a request not to exceed $800,000. And please note that, Congressman Thompson wants us to include only our highest priorities since he does only have 10 and he does have 5 counties that he serves. I did develop the 3 different resolutions because these 3 different projects would go to 3 different appropriation committees that all have different requirements. There was, just to let you know, late last week, another funding possibility for transportation and infrastructure. That deadline is April 13th. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to Scott DeLeon yet about what project might or could be included on that. It does not include a resolution if it's part of a transportation improvement program. So that's the good news on that particular item because we can actually submit it by the 13th without a resolution by the board if we have that, if it's included in that type of program. Let's see what else. So these resolutions with the applications, and there still is an application process, are all due by April 12th. And that will require the department heads to assist me quite a bit in putting that information, budget information, and more detailed narrative together in preparation for that submittal. So that is what I have, and again, I can see all the department heads involved or they were online. I can't see all of them right now, but feel free to ask me any questions. I'll answer them to the best. Oh, I did mention that I did submit these narratives to the staff. It was forwarded to DC for review to make sure that they were worth our while to pursue, and all three were designated as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Parker. Any questions or comments to this item?
We have to pick one of these three?
I believe that we can pick all of them. From what I was reading when I looked up the program, as Deputy Director mentioned, up to 10 items can be submitted by each congressional district. But I also believe, and this is a question, that the money is split into two chambers, the Senate and the House of Representatives. Can we send different projects to our senators and then send these projects to Mike Thompson? And also, we're talking about Mike Thompson, but I don't believe we've been reached out to by our representative, Congressman Garamendi. Can we just submit something in his direction as well with the hopes that he would actually submit it? That way we're utilizing all of our potential capital in Washington, D.C. to try to cash out.
Okay, well, I'll speak to the U.S. Senate earmark program. They're still debating that in the state. I did check Senator Feinstein's website because like the congressional websites, that's where you have to apply, and all the information needed in order to make that application has to be on the website and accessible to all local and all local governments. And as of this morning, her website did not show that program being available yet, but I will be monitoring it. And I did not see anything similar to what we received or what we were able to access through the congressman's website. The second part is as far as Garamendi, I did not check his website yet. I will do so. If it is posted and we have availability to do so, I can submit to that too. I'd probably prefer to contact them directly first to see if he is actually participating in this program.
Correct. And I would also say check to see if it's best to duplicate the same list so that he supports what we're asking versus having a separate list. I'm not quite sure which way would be the best way.
Yes, I'll look further into it for you.
You mean for Garamendi?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I was thinking too, and the list that we have, of course, for Congressman Thompson is perfect. But with Garamendi, I was thinking more along the Middle Creek restoration situation, but that would be a whole different topic and discussion. But yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I'm glad you brought it up, to reach out to Garamendi as well to see if he could,
Yeah, because some of these actually aren't even in Thompson's district, per se, right?
Which one is not? The Armory is in Thompson's district. Full Circle is in, and I believe Kelseyville is also in Thompson's district.
Because I live on Lake Shore, and I'm in Garamendi's district. So the Nice Lucerne Cutoff one.
Oh, so the Armory might be.
The Armory might be Garamendi, not
Gotcha.
Thompson.
Yeah.
I wonder how, what are your thoughts, Deputy Director Parker, on offering a project that is not within Mike Thompson's jurisdiction? Is that an issue?
I don't mean to speak for the congressman, but I can double check, before the end of day today to find out if that is an issue.
Okay.
They did review all the projects and did not raise that as an issue.
Yeah.
So I think we would assume it is not an issue. They're familiar with all the projects, so.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board?
The only comment I have, obviously, I think the list being put together is excellent. I know it went right to work once we got the email, so I support the 3 projects that are being done, and, you know, hopefully we'll get funded for all 3, but, you know, I think we're moving in the right direction and continue this. And as spoken earlier, I think there's going to be other opportunities coming down the pipe over the next few months. You're talking about the infrastructure bill and other things, so I think we just need to get our big lists together. You know, there's probably 7 or 8 more items. You know, even some suggestions from folks. You have the airport, you have other things that could be looking at long-term economic development infrastructure needs here. So we'll continue down the path.
Thank you for that. I do have a comment. You brought up the transportation specific, I forget the exact wording, but there's potential for transportation projects to be supported and somewhat through a different program, but still available. I know that we had discussed looking at using some of our PG&E funds for the Sulphur Bank area and the Windflower Point area to try and fix up some of those roads. And then in those discussions, it was discussed to expand that to looking at what was available in those funds to help out with the roads in the Cobb Valley area or in the Cobb Mountain area. And wondering, since that is supposed to be in the works, I'm not quite sure where in what the specific status of that review is, that would be a project that I'm thinking would easily be supported, because it's not just fixing a road, it's fixing a road due to an emergency that occurred there, because we all know that all the cleanups with all the heavy trucks and everything else just really deteriorates the roads at a much faster pace. It's not the fire itself, it's the aftermath of everything and all the activity that it requires. Wondering if that would be a good project to put in front, where maybe we can save some of that PG&E money that we've received and reallocate that to something else.
Well, I think I can confer with Scott Dillon as to where it is, you know, in the process. Again, this is for fiscal year 2022, so it's important that once awarded, that it be completed in a timely fashion, in a short period of time, actually. And so we were looking for closer to shovel-ready projects that didn't need a lot of environmental or have some of that already completed. Again, if you wish, I can confer with him. I don't have, the good thing, again, for the member designated project funding, a resolution is not required, just a letter of support from a supporting agency. So that could be the APC if that's something you wish to pursue. Again, it would be up to Scott if he would like me to pursue that. If it's at a phase or a point where it can be submitted sufficiently to complete an application.
Okay.
And if it's not for this round, there will be more.
Okay. Any comments, further comments? Let's go ahead and open it up for the Zoom room and the chamber. If there's any public comments, please raise your hand by clicking on the button at the bottom of your screen or dialing *9 if you called in via phone. Okay, seeing none, let's bring it back. I would like to see if there's a consensus to at least take a look at it. If there's transportation funds available, I would really like for us to not see that slide by and not obtain anything, or at least not attempt to get anything. Obviously, we can't attempt to get something that we don't have ready to go, but if we can at least take a look into it and have those conversations with Director De Leon to see if there's any eligible projects that can be thrown at the federal government where we can save ourselves some money and maybe go through that direction. Is that something that's, okay? I'm getting nods from all around. Okay, so if we can look into that, that would be great. And other than that, I think we're looking for an approval of the resolutions that are before us for the 3 projects.
I will offer the resolutions.
Can we offer all resolutions as one? So one resolution at a time? So let's be specific about which resolution. Thank you, Ms. Grant.
I will offer the resolution. Where is it specific?
I think you
Just
could
for each
say-
project?
I think you could just define the project, yeah.
Okay, so I will offer the resolution for the Lakeport Armory Facility repurposing and expansion for wildfire training.
Okay, resolution has been offered. Johanna, if we could please get a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I will offer the resolution for the Full Circle Affluent Pipeline Preliminary Design Report Update.
Resolution has been offered. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I will offer the resolution for the pedestrian and street improvements.
Resolution has been offered.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye?
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, and want to thank staff. I know we received this email not too long ago at all, so appreciate the fact that we have 3 projects in front of us to try and get the funding obtained from this program, so thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to item 7.4, consideration of award of proposal for the professional consultant services for Big Valley Groundwater Basin 5-015 Groundwater Sustainability Plan, GSP, Lake County, California. RFP number 21-02 to Ludorf and Scalmanini Consulting Engineers and Stantec Consulting Services in the amount of $1,328,485.39 and authorize the chair to sign. And I believe I saw Deputy Director Deli Giannis.
Hello, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, board. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Marina Delagianis, and I serve as the Deputy Water Resources Director for the Lake County Watershed Protection District. So I am bringing this item to the board today in participation of our ongoing efforts for our Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and implementation. We are bringing today to you guys the agreement and the notice of award for approval for our professional consulting services for our Big Valley Groundwater Basin Sustainability Plan development and implementation to be awarded to Ludorf and Scalmanini Consulting Engineers, partnering with Stantec Consulting. So just to provide a little bit of background to the board, we earlier this year, we released our request for proposals and received 3 proposals from 3 different firms. Per the county policy, we developed a consultant selection board, and after their careful review and consideration, the consultant selection board selected Ludorf and Scalmanini Consulting Engineers and Stantec Consulting Services, the most qualified firm to carry on and successfully complete this project. So the funds that will be used for this project are completely funded through grant monies awarded to our department from the California Department of Water Resources Sustainable Groundwater Management Grant Program that we applied to last year and awarded to last year. So through this grant, the department was awarded a little under $1.4 million to meet the requirements as outlined under California Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And part of this Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, referred to as SIGMA, again, we love the acronyms, is to develop a groundwater sustainability plan for our priority basin, which is our Big Valley Groundwater Basin. So again, this afternoon, we are kindly asking the Board of Supervisors, serving as the Board of Directors of the Lake County Watershed Protection District, approve and award the agreement and notice of award for the professional consulting services for Big Valley Groundwater Basin Sustainability Plan development and implementation to Ludorf and Scalmanini Consulting Engineers and Stantec Consulting in the amount of $1,328,485.39. And at this time, I would gladly take any questions that you may have.
I love the 39 cents at the end of such a large number.
Yes, you have to be very specific.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Any comments or questions from the board? Okay, let's go ahead and open up public comment, both in the chamber and the Zoom room. Again, please raise your hand by clicking on the button at the bottom of the screen, or if you called in via telephone, dial *9. All right, seeing none, let's bring it back to the board. I have a quick question. Oh, not really a question. I kind of know what the answer is. Just wanted to make sure. This is the, you did your GSA presentations with your team, I want to say 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. I forget when that timeline is. Everything's blurred. They will be the contract we are signing here. They would be helping to get us to that goal. I think it was what, 2042 or 2032?
January 31st, 2021, yes, as outlined under Sigma.
2021?
Or sorry, 2022, yes.
So I thought the goal for Sigma was going to be a much longer time frame based on the presentations that I watched. Can you explain the difference between January 1st, 2022 and the timeline of the overall Sigma goal?
Yes, that is a great question. Thank you, Chair, for that. So we have to, as outlined in Sigma, you are totally correct. There is a long time frame. So our first deadline that we technically have to meet is to develop the groundwater sustainability plan. And that is what we are onboarding professional consulting services for. So by this, we have to meet that January 31st, 2022 plan. So that's when we have to submit that to the state. Now in that plan, that is where we're gonna outline how we do the Sigma implementation by 2042 to reach sustainability. So it's an ongoing effort. Our report to the state, our GSP, our groundwater sustainability plan that Ludorf, Scalmanini, and Stantec will be helping us develop is due to the state by January 31st, 2022. But in that plan, that is going to outline how we are going to reach that sustainability by 2042.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for putting those two timelines together for me. I knew they somehow they interacted together, and I just needed you to say it like that. Thank you so much. Looking for action if there's no further comments on this item.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to award, consideration of award of proposal professional consulting services for the Big Valley Groundwater Basin 5.015 Groundwater Sustainability Plan, Lake County, California, RFP number 21-02 to Ludorf and Sacramento Consulting Engineers and Stantec Consulting Services in the amount of $1,328,485.39, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
And just as a clarification, that was Ludorf and Scalmanini.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. I stuttered on that too. So we have a motion and a second. Johanna, if we could please get a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you to the board of directors. And I just also would just like to share with you all, we are very excited to move this project forward. So thank you for the approval today. And we will be coming back to the board by the end of the month with our consultants to provide an updated and very detailed timeline on how we're gonna reach that sustainability. So you'll be hearing more from us in the next few months. So
Not the last of it. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I believe that does everything on our agenda except for our calendars. So let's go ahead and do 7.1, Supervisor's Weekly Calendar, Travel, and Reports. And let's start with Supervisor Scott.
Well, this evening, I'm hoping to attend the City of Lakeport's meeting. Tomorrow, I have an ad hoc meeting 8:30. And then I have a couple meetings at 1 o'clock that I have to figure out how I'm going to do. Another go-to meeting at 1:30 for the task force. And then I have a 3:30 CCRR review for reclass meeting. And then on Thursday, I have meetings with constituents in the morning, and I guess I'll be working on my plan on Thursday afternoon of what I'm going to be bringing to the Board of Supervisors. I have to add that to my calendar. And then on the 9th, I will be in interviews all day long. I've been asked to help hire the new superintendent for Lakeport Unified School District, so that's where I will be all day. And then Monday, just preparing for Tuesday's meeting.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska?
Tomorrow morning, I have a conflict. I won't be able to make the TID meeting. Supervisor Crandall will do that for me because we have the ad hoc committee with Denise and Bottle Rock Power at 10 a.m. with Director De Leon. There's a Cavern Radio check-in every Wednesday evening at 6:30 in the Cobb area. Thursday, I have the Fire Safe Council in the morning at 10 a.m. and then I'm having a check-in call with Eric Sklar about the progress of Kokoro Resort. I have a call with a constituent in the afternoon. Friday, I'm going on a code enforcement tour. I'm excited about that. And I will be also working on my goals for the governance board meeting at noon. Oh, on the 12th, I'm preparing for the meeting and we have a special risk reduction authority meeting. And that's all I've got.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, later on this afternoon, I got to go to Public Works and sign some paperwork that was done last year, just following up on that. And then tomorrow, in the afternoon, the CCR or review reclassification requests that are been coming through with Supervisor Scott. On Thursday, the 8th, have a meeting with a reporter down in South County. I think Supervisor Spate will be joining me on that day too. And then later in the evening, have math. Yeah, and as everybody else have on the calendar now to work on the proposal that'll be coming back to the board on the 16th. And as Supervisor Pyska talked about working on our risk reduction authority, we're having a special meeting. We have sent out invitations to the tribes, the cities, and also non-county owned water districts. So, we're looking at the expansion of the RRA, so it's going to be a very important meeting next week as we have that. I also want to talk about our March 27th Broombuster event that happened down in South County. There was a lot of folks that showed up. We did a lot of work, cleared about 3.5 acres of some hazardous fuel. It was a heck of a day. We did a lot of work. Wish we'd have had a few more volunteers, but the people that showed up really put the work in. So I just want to thank everybody for that. And as usual here in Lake County, just as we've done all the time, the community shows up, the community works hard, and we do the best we can to take care of ourselves. So I want to thank everybody for that, and then I'll be back here for next Tuesday's meeting.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Did also attend in coordination with Supervisor Crandall, also the Blue Ribbon Committee. I covered in the morning shift, and I took the afternoon on the meeting last week for the Blue Ribbon Committee, the first meeting of the year this year. I think it was the first meeting.
Yeah, I think, yeah. We had, I think, something, but yeah.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Crandall.
Yeah, so I attended that, the second part of that meeting, that was Thursday. Friday, I went on a tour out towards High Valley Road. I took Bartlett Springs because I'd visited a property up in the hills as well of a constituent, and it was a very interesting thing to see a lot of the trees that are very dangerous out there. So I think it's one of those things where we have to have a plan in that area as well. So I'm going to be talking to some folks on things like that. I might touch base with you, Jessica, on that in the future. But let's see. Today, agenda review following the meeting, if we can get to that point. Last two times we've pushed it to the next morning. So tomorrow morning I'll be covering TID for Jessica, and then at 11 I've offered to be a vet's mentor. So I'm gonna go to the vet's court and then also attend. I think it's like online training or something of the nature to be able to help in that capacity. In the evening, I have the East Region Town Hall at 4 p.m. and then the CSA meeting out in Spring Valley at 7 p.m. Thursday, I think, it's in one of my emails. It says something about the Inclusive Leadership Forum that I think CAO Hutchinson signed us up for.
Equity, yep.
Yeah, so we're preparing for also the planning committee that we initiated over the proclamation for inclusive and leadership and whatnot. So there's that. I seen something about cannabis tax that got moved from Friday to Thursday. Not sure if that's still happening, but if it does, that's what I'll be doing in that afternoon. And on Friday, if the cannabis tax thing is not that day, I'll be working with some constituents, or I'll be working on my assignment. Yes, and then Monday, I have the meeting with CAO Hutchinson, and then back here on Tuesday for
Supervisor Crandall, the cannabis tax committee meeting did get pushed out further, so.
Oh, okay, okay.
Someone had a conflict.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. At this moment in time, my calendar is fairly barren due to the fact that my kids are on spring break. But other than that, we'll be continuing to work on my projects that I am working on and working with department heads to just problem solve some of the issues that I'm dealing with constituents on. I do have my continuous CSAC calls on Thursdays and Mondays to get an update on what's happening as far as the COVID plan from the state. And it looks like because of the special RRA meeting on Monday, I will be meeting with our CAO on Friday to discuss our agenda that's coming up. And then on Monday, quite open again, and a PEG board meeting in that evening as well, and back here on Tuesday. So that's what I have on my agenda so far. Real quick, Supervisor Simon, you mentioned that I was going to be doing something with you, and for some reason it's not on my calendar. Can you?
I thought we were on Thursday. I think we were the interview with one of the reporters that were coming down to South County.
Okay, for some reason it's not on my calendar. What time do you have?
I'll reach out to you, 2 p.m.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Other than that, that's it. Real quick question for the board, and also, I guess first my question needs to be towards Ms. Grant. What is your anticipation for timing for our closed session? Is an hour enough?
My elements of closed session, I would not estimate over.
If you could turn on your microphone, please.
We need to turn her mic up.
I would estimate 30 to 40 minutes, not an hour.
Okay, and that's only for your portion of it?
That's for the legal items, yes.
Okay, so it's 12:38. We do have one final item on our timed agenda for 3 p.m. Since we have 30 to 40 minutes plus another item on our closed session, what are your thoughts on reconvening at 1:45, giving us an hour and 15 minutes to go through all that process so that we can come out and be ready by 3 o'clock? Does that sound good to the board? Okay, getting nods and nods. So we're going to go ahead and just take a recess. We will be back at 1:45, giving us just a bit over an hour's worth of lunch. And
Chair?
Yes.
For closed session, we will not return to this room, although staff will keep it open so that we can return to this room at 3 p.m. for open session.
Perfect.
The regular item. For closed session, we'll meet in a separate Zoom room, which I will email to your board while we are on our lunch break. And staff will be poised to come back at 3 p.m. for the open discussion at 3.
Perfect. And
you should go ahead and announce the closed session now, because you won't come back into public until 3.
Correct. And then when we reopen at 3 p.m., we'll let you know if action or no action has been taken from closed session as well. So here is the list of items on our closed session. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Center for Biological Diversity versus County of Lake. 8.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, California Native Plant Society versus County of Lake. 8.3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Citizens for Environmental Protection and Responsible Planning versus County of Lake. 8.4, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 E4, one potential case. And with that, we'll go ahead, and 8.5, public employee evaluation, title, Animal Control Director. And with that, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess to reconvene our closed session at 1:45 p.m. in a separate room and come back for a public meeting for finalizing our 3 p.m. timed agenda item. We'll see you then. So let's go ahead and get started. Welcome back, 3:03 p.m. We're going to hit up our last agenda item, item 6.10, our 3 p.m. item. Discussion and consideration of zoning ordinance amendment to Article 21-27 regarding the transition of applications impacted by the Farmland Protection Zone. And this is sponsored by Community Development. And we have Deputy Director Takara Nicole Thomas with us.
Hello, yes. Would you like me to go ahead and give a walkthrough of the agenda item, or would you like to manage that, Chair Sabatier?
It's really up to you. Since this is coming from the decisions made over at the Planning Commission, wanted to make sure that nothing was missed as far as what was discussed.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and launch into it. So on March 25th, the Planning Commission heard the rest of the proposed zoning amendments for Article 27 relating to Farmland Protection Zone and Farmland Designation. If you all recall, ordinance number 3101 was heard and approved by you all as the Board of Supervisors on December 15th and became effective January 13th. This had the unintended consequence of impacting a large number of permit applications that were already in the queue. So the Planning Commission heard language to expand to expand some protections for some of those permit applications that were already in the queue, namely providing a 3-year transition plan to meet the new compliance requirements of the Farmland Protection Zone if a permit application is for a project that is located within the Farmland Protection Zone. And that language for the 3-year transition was only going to be for applicants that are deemed complete as of December 15th, 2020, and if those permittees had already undergone and completed the CEQA process. Ultimately, the Planning Commission delivered a recommendation in writing to the Board of Supervisors stating that commercial cannabis cultivation permit applications for projects located within the Farmland Protection Zone, which were deemed complete but have not received a use permit before or on December 15, 2020, be excluded from the provisions of the Farmland Protection Zones for up to 3 years. The Planning Commission also continued their discussion and also recommended to the board in writing that that actual language be expanded to include all permittees, regardless of if they're in the Farmland Protection Zone or if they are in a farmland designation. Farmland designation, just to refresh your memory, is unique farmland, prime farmland, state importance, local importance, etc. So that language that the Planning Commission also recommended is that applications that were not deemed complete before December 15, 2020, as well as applications for projects located on parcels with farmland importance designation. As of March 25th, 2021, approximately 25 applications within CDD are located within the Farmland Protection Zone, with approximately 5 that are deemed complete based on the proposed language. The Planning Commission also continued on to recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt language that provides guidance for applications that were not deemed complete by December 15th, meaning that these projects would have to update the application project description to meet the ordinance before the permit could continue moving through the permit process. So ultimately, the Planning Commission considered that language and submitted in writing to the Board of Supervisors. Their recommended language is to adopt the, as we've been calling it informally, the grandfather language for projects that are located both within the Farmland Protection Zone and Farmland Designation. But ultimately, that decision is going to lie with the Board of Supervisors, which is you all.
Thank you very much. So just to follow up on that, there's, as was mentioned, there's 25 applications that are within that protection zone that we finalized on December 15th. And If you remember, originally, the language for farmland designation was if you are within an isolated area or not part of a larger network, but you found yourself in prime farmland, unique farmland, or farmland of importance for local and statewide, that as long as you were isolated and not part of a larger network, you can cultivate outdoors. There was a lot of confusion for that. There was the interpretation of what isolated and larger network was being interpreted in different ways, either by the applicants, by staff. I'm not quite sure where it fell, but we were seeing the full spectrum, where some that were absolutely not isolated and part of a larger network were going through the process of getting their use permit. On the other side, those that were absolutely isolated and not part of a larger network were told that they weren't going to be able to cultivate outdoors. And so there was a conversation that was had between now Planning Commissioner Lance Williams, Brenna Sullivan from the Farm Bureau, the Ag Commissioner Steve Hadjic, and Director of Community Development Scott DeLeon, to create the Farmland Protection Zone, which was basically just drawing lines on a map to help make sure that there was no more confusion about what isolated and larger network meant. Unfortunately, because we have so many applications that are in the process of getting to their use permit, some people are trapped in the middle of this a change in the ordinance. I still feel wholeheartedly that we made the right changes in order to ensure protection of our century long of agricultural use in those areas, and that we want to make sure that there's longevity in those industries. But at the same time, we need to, I feel we need to be fair, and I appreciate the Planning Commission bringing this back to us with what I think is a fair opportunity to look at it as far as how can we help those that are caught in our web that we just created. As was discussed, right now it says 3 years transition. As long as these items are met, that the application has been deemed complete, December 15, 2020, and CEQA has been reviewed and completed its process. I agree with the concept, but I think that I would like to offer some potential changes in the idea of what does this look like, this transition. So I met with the Ag Commissioner and the Farm Bureau. I believe, and they'll correct me, I'm sure, if I say this incorrectly, I believe that during the Planning Commission, they spoke up that they were not in favor of this transition period. And so I met with them, and this is partially what came out of that conversation. And here is what I would like to offer to the board. Instead of 3 years, we offer 2 years. And if approved, let's just say if it's approved by April 13th, then they would have until April 13th, 2022 to meet the new compliance requirements of the Farmland Protection Zone. You can be provided those 2 years if you meet these certain things. And so one, applications have been deemed complete as per California Government Code, and this is not including CEQA, this is just your application. I was reviewing through the Streamlining Act that if you have 30 days, we can say it's not complete. If we don't say anything, it's complete, or if we say it's complete, then that would be one. And again, as of December 15th, 2020, because that's when we made that rule, and so anybody that was in that process to get to there, that's the way that I would see that, as is demonstrated in what's offered to us originally. Number two, we talked about this with the Ag Commissioner and the Farm Bureau, and I agree with them wholeheartedly too. It makes no sense to say, let's give you a use permit that only lasts 2 years, and then we need to give you a use permit that's in compliance, because that would be like a non-conforming use permit. And so saying that early activation would be available for those 2 years, for those that meet this criteria, may be approved, because early activation has very specific guidelines of what you need to do in order to be approved for early activation. If the applicants meet the requirement of the portion of the chapter of Chapter 21, Article 27, about the early activation. And all applicable taxes are paid in full. The applicant has not been in violation of any applicable state or local laws regarding the use permit, and the applicant has made reasonable efforts in the use permit process to provide all necessary information and documentation. And maybe that wording needs to be tweaked, but the idea is, if you have an abandoned application, I don't believe that this should allow you, because you had a complete application and then 6 months of no activity of providing us any information or anything that we've requested. I want to make sure that we don't allow those applications to tag along. There has to be reasonable effort made by the applicant to make it still an active process. And then number 3, if you are early activated, if the applicant has already had a previous early activation permit, that we would follow the resolution that we just approved earlier, meaning that you could only do what you've already been approved to do as far as square footage, footprint, and so on. That way it's an easy renewal if you meet all the guidelines. And number 2, if the applicant, and this is to speak of the 5, I believe it would be speaking of the 5. If the applicant has completed their CEQA process and has been deemed complete, again, per the California Government Code, they shall be permitted to early activate up to the maximum allowable square footage from their use permit. Now, I will just put a caveat in there that was not necessarily the conversation right here for this specific part that I had with the Farm Bureau and the Ag Commissioner. They're very reluctant to want to allow a large grow, and I'm not aware of the size of these potential grows in the areas. And so this possibly will be debated as far as what is the maximum allowable that we can do in a place that we're looking to protect. So basically the concept is that within 2 years, there would be a full-on protection. People will be mixed light or indoors by that point in time. It is of my opinion that 2 years is a doable amount to get your use permit, looking at the timelines that we have currently and looking at some of the action that's been taken to help those timelines be more efficient. I also believe that having an application deemed complete is far enough along in the process that I would like to offer some sort of fair avenue to be able to move forward. And there is a caveat, and I will say that Deputy Director Thomas made a really good point, a very valid point, that if somebody has not started CEQA, why would they move forward to want to do outdoor when their CEQA is not going to be for outdoor? Their CEQA is going to be for a mixed light, which is a different analysis altogether. And so at this point, they would just be doing 2 years of outdoor, and then they would be stuck, have a hole, a gap, where they wouldn't be able to do anything until they finalize an update to meet the compliance. And at this moment in time, I think that it's a choice that I'm willing to allow for the fact that there is a sunset. It will always be done no matter what 2 years from now. And that if you were an applicant in a situation where your CEQA hasn't been started, the most common sense approach is to start your CEQA with the actual use permit that you are aiming to get, which would be in compliance with the new law. I've said a lot as far as the changes that I would like to see. I'm open for conversation. I recognize that if that is something that we wish to change and add to, that this would recreate and reinitiate a first reading, possibly next week. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we do this right and treat the applicants fairly for the fact that there was a lot of confusion as far as who can do what, where, when it came to prime farmland, unique farmland, and farmland of local and statewide importance. And again, the idea is 2 years from now, this will no longer be an issue. We have lines on a map to help us say yes or no. There is no more questions. At least I don't believe there should be any more questions when it comes to dealing with those types of properties. And before I open it up to the board, I want to make sure that Deputy Director Thomas has the chance to correct me on anything that I may have said that was incorrect.
Not so much correction. I just have a point of clarification for my own understanding. Are you proposing for discussion today that the language be expanded for properties that are within farmland protection zone and farmland designation, and that they are going to have up to 2 years to come into compliance and that they can get an EA permit for the outdoor grow if they complete a CEQA. Is that what I heard?
Let me try to respond to that, and I'm sorry, there was a lot of little portions to that. Number one, this will only be for applications found in the Farmland Protection Zone. In my opinion, based off of the language that I see that was added to the section about farmland of importance, of unique farmland and prime farmland, there is no setback, there is no exclusion when it comes to farmland designation other than all properties found within the farmland protection zone. So I don't think we need to create any kind of transition for anyone outside of the farmland protection zones. They can go ahead and keep going. They might have to add vegetation screening to their process, but that would be it. There's no forced to be mixed light or forced to be indoor at this moment in time. As far as those that would be allowed early activation, what I'm offering is anybody who had an application, not CEQA, but an application that was deemed complete, which is one of the first steps after the pre-app basically, that they would be given the opportunity and may be approved for early activation because there's still some criteria that they need to meet in order for us to approve early activation. As we've talked about in our previous resolution, there needs to be documentation. We can't just approve early activations without making sure that we've checked off the right boxes in order to feel secure about what kind of activity is being allowed on those properties.
Correct. And the Planning Commission did consider the 500-foot setback for the farmland designation, but they decided to continue the rest of that discussion for that item to Thursday's meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And at that point, if there is a setback that comes back to us from the Planning Commission, then maybe we need to look at implementing the same transition for farmland designation as was just discussed here. But at this point, it's a moot point since nothing exists that changes the criteria they need to meet in order to be able to conduct business. Any questions or comments from the board?
So did you say we have 25 applicants who completed applications by the time in December that are in the farmland protections?
Supervisor Peiska, you're breaking up really badly.
Oh, okay. Let me stop my video, see if that works. So I'm wondering, did you say there was 25 applications that meet the criteria that were deemed complete by December that are in the farmland protection zone?
No, there are 31 total projects that are within the farmland protection zone. 25 are incomplete. The rest are complete. So only 6 would meet the completeness determination.
So 25 are incomplete. Is that because they don't have CEQA or are they incomplete for other reasons?
Both. Some are incomplete because their CEQA does not have the correct biological assessment. Some we've sent some incomplete items and we're waiting for responses. And then, it's just a mismatch.
And are those, of those 25 incomplete, how many do you think are inactive now?
I would have to go through and do that analysis of which ones are inactive, because inactive is kind of one of those designations where it's sat for 4 months or more since the last incomplete item.
Well, I'm just concerned that these applicants have been working through the process for, it could be up to a couple of years. And I want to make sure that there's nothing that we have done to prevent them from being completed by the time required.
That's correct, and that's a valid point. We have engaged with a lot of applicants numerous times. There are some applications that have 3 and 4 incomplete letters. So I don't think it's, I don't have this full slate in front of me, but to my knowledge, there's not any of them that we've just kind of sat on and not really interacted with the applicants.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
I would like to hear from the folks, public comment is what I'd like to hear from the industry right now.
Okay. All right, looks like we're looking to open up public comment and hear from the public. If you are in Zoom, please raise your hand with the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you happen to have called in via telephone, it is *9. And I am going to pick Brenna Sullivan to go first, just because I mentioned working with the Farm Bureau on our conversation about this and where we would go. And so giving her a chance to correct me if I made any misstatements and also provide her comments.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Brenna Sullivan with the Lake County Farm Bureau. Supervisor Sabatier did a good job of characterizing our conversation that we had about this issue. Farm Bureau still feels that the projects within the farmland protection zones that are on farmland designation, in other words, they were previously required to grow in a greenhouse, should not be eligible for the grandfathering and sunset clause. We can appreciate some of the issues that Supervisor Sabatier mentioned. However, we just feel that the onus should be on the applicant or any consultant they hire to make sure their project complies with the ordinance. And the farmland protection zones were basically polygons drawn around broad networks of connected lands. There are some parcels on the edges and within the FPZs that do not have a prior farmland designation and that are now included for a greenhouse cultivation requirement. And these are the parcels which experienced a change in the requirements. However, we do understand that the planning department is in a bind given the number of applicants that are in various stages of the process. And so an acceptable solution to mitigate the risk of these outdoor projects is to limit the size to what's currently allowed in their early activation permits and not allow an expansion of that footprint, and then to reduce that language from 3 years down to 2 years. Thank you, and I can happy to answer any questions on that.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and go to the next hand. I see Peter. And Peter, if you can give us your full name, please.
Hi, my name is, oops, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Peter Simon. We have a project outside of Kelseyville. I have a few questions about the current state of the situation. I have met with Deputy Director Thomas, who's been very generous with her time, and I would like to thank her and her staff for that. The staff has been wonderful throughout this entire process. But a couple of questions that I have. Of the 25 applications, 6 have already obtained a completeness determination, I believe. Are the remaining 25 that have not, are those, for a point of clarification, are those still eligible for a continued EA for the 2 years that we're discussing? Or are they outside of the bounds of that because they do not have a completeness determination?
And I think that Deputy Director Thomas would have the best answer. I'm not aware of the number of EAs or those specifics.
It's not necessarily the numbers, and I apologize for interrupting. I'm just curious if the 25, if somebody within the 25, and to be honest with you, I'm not certain where our project lies, but if somebody was within the 25 that were not deemed complete yet, would they still be eligible for a continued EA for the 2-year interim period?
Chair, would you like me to respond to that now or wait until the end of public comment to respond to our response?
Let's go ahead and answer, because there might be a lot of comments in between, and I do want to make sure we try to provide answers if we can.
I would say for that answer, it would depend on the project and the completeness and the new clarified process that the board clarified on March 16th. Primarily, did the CEQA complete, and did your CEQA determination include the projects as outlined in your EA, and does that match with your full project? Because we have to be careful about piecemealing. If we just focus on CEQA and determination on just an EA, but your bigger project is bigger, and we only consider the EA, and then we come back and consider the bigger project, that could be considered piecemealing.
Thank you.
It depends. And for the other comments that were presented a little bit earlier regarding the farmland designation and that they should have always been in greenhouses, it depends. The previous ordinance, before any changes were made, were left it up to an interpretation, because the language said if it was not, I'm paraphrasing, if it was connected to an isolated portion or a larger system of farmland, and there was never a specific distance. So it was kind of hard to make that determination of what isolated means. So I would say that it's not necessary that every single EA that was issued under farmland designation should have categorically across the board been within a greenhouse. It was an interpretation of the ordinance matter. And I don't want to keep rehashing the same issue, but I just wanted to kind of address some of the comments on the board right now.
All right.
Thank you. And there was if I may have a second part to my question, if that's possible.
Let's make it quick.
Yeah, with the isolation issue, there was a map that was circulated a while ago that had a large black line across it that was at least presented to us by an individual indicating that that was the line where the farming limitations were. If you do have an isolated, if your property is isolated and it is not within proximity of a larger farm, then is the proposal now to still prevent that property from outdoor cannabis cultivation exclusively and no more discretion?
And I'll respond to that the only areas right now that you just literally cannot grow outdoor cultivation of cannabis is within those farmland protection zones. The lines that have been drawn, there is no other opportunity. It is not isolated, and it is a part of a larger network. Therefore, you can only grow in mixed light or indoor.
Okay, I will follow up afterwards on some clarification on it. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, I see we have Crystal Kesey.
Hi, Crystal Kesey, Golden State Herb. I have a project that is affected by this issue. I'm going to be not so nice today. The first thing is that this is a bait and switch, plain and simple. We've been talking about 3-year sunset. I'm not in the farmland protection zone. I'm in the buffer zone outside of the farmland protection zone. And my project has been in the pipeline for over 2 years. Now, by forcing us into greenhouses, you are forcing us to double the taxes and increase the project costs by 5 times. So a $2.5 million project overnight by your vote becomes a $10 million project cost, $7.5 million more. There's got to be some kind of concessions or negotiations with the industry for these actions, because you're protecting other ag industries who are committing pesticide drift issues, and you're putting the burden of the solution on the victims of the drift, which are the cannabis growers who are subject to pesticide tests in parts per billion. This, again, I'm sorry I'm so upset, but this is a bait and switch. There was no information in the agenda about these new suggested changes. This is the first we've heard of this. Now we're going from 3 years to 2 years for sunset, and then limited to a early activation footprint, even though in my case, we are calendared for a planning commission hearing on April 22nd. We are not only deemed complete, our CEQA has also been done, and it's been done since July of last summer. So I'm one of the 6 people who are caught, as Supervisor Sabatier said, caught in this web of changes. And for those of us who are caught in this web, it simply is a bait and switch. Is there anything that you can do to help us? To go from an idea that I have to spend $2 million on a project to that I'm going to have to spend $10 million on a project is unconscionable. And I don't feel like our needs are being represented whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go to Leanne Campodonico. Apologize if I didn't pronounce that last name correctly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your name.
Leanne Campodonico. I live on Soda Bay Road. I'm in Tina Scott's district. I am literally on the other side of the fence from the previous speaker. We found out about a project that is asking for an increase of acreage over their 2020 early activation project. I'm not sure what the footprint was, but it's the project is requesting a variance to be able to grow outdoors instead of indoors on 10 acres. So we don't know where that sits in terms of this current proposed compromise with the farmland protection zone restrictions. There are problems being a neighbor. I am literally over the fence. My VPN is bordering one of these, I guess, 6 projects. We live downwind, a prevailing downwind from the project. If it increases, if they start out with an acre and they increase 10 times, it's going to be 10 times the odor that we get. They use an easement road, a very narrow easement road to access Soda Bay Road without an encroachment. There's a lot of traffic, a lot of dust. So it has a big impact on us. We are an organic farm. We too worry about pesticide drift. And we are, doing what we can to mitigate drift coming elsewhere. But we are wanting to maintain this area as an agricultural area in the Big Valley in the traditional sense. So we feel that we were surprised with the news that there would be this huge project going in next doors possibly. So we kind of, as I say, we're on the opposite side of the fence. We too feel a little bit surprised by the developments. And I would like to request that, as the Farm Bureau would like to see happen, that the early activation projects do not increase their footprint, and certainly not by going from 1 to 10 acres. That is a huge increase if they get that for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go ahead and unmute Sarah Bodnar.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Bodnar with Kindness Farms in Lakeport. Supervisors, thank you for bringing forward the proposed amendments. We'd like to express our appreciation first and foremost for creating this crucial bridge for applicants. And I want to restate how important this is for the farms that you're considering and the many, many employees that we support in their families. And we had several employees write in at the Planning Commission meeting and speak, and I'm just going to summarize their sentiment, which is that creating this bridge is the difference between these businesses staying afloat and these jobs being kept. And we'd like that bridge to be as large as possible, because that's what's really at stake here. So I want to comment on a few items that have been discussed today. First, we're talking about applicants in good standing, people who are in the process, who are doing their best. Our application was deemed complete by December 15th, and we're one of the fortunate few that met that deadline. But that arbitrary deadline does leave out a lot of farms that have been operating in good faith that are in the process, and we'd like to see others within the farmland protection zone and other impacted zones also be included like the Planning Commission recommended. So one possible thing you could consider is if they had submitted their use permit application by December 15th, would be another way to include more folks. As for allowing us to activate the full extent of our conditional use permit, this would bring alignment on so many levels, and we would definitely advocate for those farms who had applications deemed complete to be able to activate to the full footprint of their conditional use permit, not just the early activation footprint. The 2 years is a bit alarming. This proposal from the beginning has been 3 years to acknowledge the magnitude of what this transition involves and the number of permits, the amount of materials, construction, and time that would go into this. 2 years done from 3 is a massive change. And what I would offer is that we have been in this process for 2 years and we still do not have use permits. So in 2 years from now, are we going to be back in the same position we're in now, having this conversation all over again because we simply didn't give applicants enough time to come into compliance with these new requirements that have been overlaid over existing operations? So I would ask you to consider that, and are we limiting the applicants in good standing unnecessarily here? Lastly, there's been a lot of confusion, a lot of differing interpretation of the different standards over time. And what our request is that the Board of Supervisors provide very clear direction to the Community Development Department as to how to process the currently pending applications that are literally sitting on desks right now. We are only a week or 2 away from the planting window, and our projects are hanging in the balance. And the staff needs clear direction from the board to understand how to process them so that we don't miss the planting window, that we can keep our teams employed, and that we can put plants in the ground this year. And I just want to underline the gravity of that for an agricultural industry and how important it is that the board and the staff and the applicants all have a common shared understanding so that we can continue operating in good faith and keep growing this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next hand, we have phone 0217. I believe you're going to need to press *6 in order to unmute.
Okay. My name is Steve Hajek, Lake County Commissioner. I agree with Brenna, so I'm not going to repeat what she said. One thing that was clear at the Planning Commission meeting that I don't think anyone listened to apparently was just because rules were in place 2 years ago doesn't mean they have to stay in place forever. So if the rules change, the rules change. Now I know that may make some people nervous, but that's what you said. The county doesn't have to keep all the rules in place until someone makes it through and then change the rules. I'm also concerned with, apparently they have to be in good standing with the state and the county. Who makes sure that they're in good standing with the state? And who makes sure that they're in good standing with the county? Is that community development? Or I've been told that community development has told people that they're not involved with state compliance. That's up to the state to tell them. That's what I heard. That's it.
Thank you very much. Just want to comment on that I know that community development is in constant communication with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. They share their information back and forth. So I'm sure that they are aware of who is in compliance and who is not. And if they're not aware, that they have easy access to that information through that relationship that has been fostered with CDFA. Let's go ahead and open up for Julia Jacobson.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Julia Jacobson from Astor Farms. We were the second licensed cannabis cultivators in the county, and one of the longest operators. I just wanted to reiterate some of Crystal Kesey and Sarah Bogner's points, specifically regarding cannabis as an agricultural product that is held to standards that make it actually the purest and cleanest agricultural product cultivated today. And I just want to reiterate this amidst comments about concerns of cannabis crops affecting other crops, and just reiterate that this industry is truly taking environmental precautions and being held at a regulatory level to environmental precautions that are unlike other industries. And I just want to make sure that is on the record today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have one more hand here. And Peter, let's go ahead and take you up again.
Peter, I've sent you an unmute request. You should be able to unmute now.
I should be unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I left my hand up, but I would just like to echo the comments of Crystal and some of the other speakers. The one thing that I would urge the board to do is to also continue to leave the discretion of the isolated areas available. I know exercising discretion is always a difficult thing to do, but to try to group all of these projects into the same bucket is oftentimes problematic. If there are legitimate concerns about transference to other crops, they can be handled on a case-by-case basis. With that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And then let's go to Will Weiss.
Will, it looks like you're unmuted now. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Sure, I apologize. My name is Will Weiss. I'm with Bella Vista Farming Company, and my family owns one of the vineyards near where Ms. Campadonico spoke of just a few moments ago on Soda Bay Road. And while I don't want to waste anyone's time being one of the last commenters, I just wanted to say that, it seems to me that prevailing conventional agriculture, that being walnuts, pears, and wine grapes in Lake County, I know of very little philosophical aversion to the growing of cannabis, and I personally harbor no such views, but I am concerned and am tuning in for this purpose because I believe that if the ordinance as drafted and as amended, a process which took well over a year and is still ongoing. If the ordinance as drafted and amended is not honored, I worry that there is a significant risk of a litigious outpouring in Lake County over matters related to spray drift and other complications that occur in agriculture when properties neighbor one another. I can certainly appreciate the level of scrutiny and regulation that is applied to cannabis farmers in this county and otherwise. But I think we would only be making the problem worse, not better, if we were to adjust these rules too quickly or without proper consideration for the way that the ordinance was drafted to date. So I will cut short at that point. Thank you very much for your time, and to the supervisors for making this time and space available for comment.
Thank you. Next, we have Lance.
Hello there, Lance Williams. I wanted to say thank you, everyone, for discussing this and taking time. At the Planning Commission, one thing that did come up is that everyone seemed to agree that we did not want the deadline to be based on CEQA. So this is why this was brought back to you guys, that maybe more people could be included besides the 6. I don't want to get into too many other things, but I do believe that Brenna and Steve have some really good valid points, and we do need to deal with this because no one can figure out what was an isolated area. And so this has to be dealt with no matter what. You can't just put it to the side, and people have to start growing. So today will be the day to make some choices. I also believe hearing, there can be some discretion in isolated areas. I think that there are a number of people who do have letters currently from the Ag Department, so there was some decisions that were currently made already by Steve. But other than that, I think the agreement was that those were the areas, those farmland protection zones were done, and anything else is isolated. So that kind of, fixes the problem right there. And this was something, again, there was a problem that, we had to protect some of the farms that were there. People were not supposed to be growing in certain locations as it was. So in other words, whether it was a fine farmland lot itself, but this really kind of is helping things out. I won't comment really too much on whether it's 3 or 2 years. That's going to be up to your discretion, but you've heard what the ag community wants. And I still don't think it would be perfect here, as Crystal was saying. I don't have an answer yet for that, so maybe you guys can think about that or take a break and think about a couple things before making this important decision. But thank you again for looking at this. And again, I believe that we need to include more people than 6. So if there is a way to do that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And those are all the hands that I see for the Zoom room. Want to make sure and check in with those in attendance with us here in the chamber. Any public comment? Okay, it looks like a few more hands just popped up here. Let's go ahead and start with Jennifer Smith.
Jennifer Smith, if you're talking, I did see a little bit of activity on your mic when you unmuted, but I'm not seeing anything now. You might have a hardware mute on your side, maybe? Still not hearing you.
Okay, let's go ahead and put Jennifer on pause. And Jake, if it's possible for you to work with her and maybe provide the phone number so she can call in, if that's a better way. And let's go ahead and go with Christina Torres.
Oh, I did unmute.
And we can hear you.
Great. Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for taking the time to address this very important and timely issue. We do appreciate it. My name is Christina Torres. I'm with Stella Green Farms in Lakeport. And we are actually in that transition. We are caught in the web. I just wanted to thank you for your time and comment on the language of grandfathering in. I would like to see farms being able to grow, and grandfathering in language would be much appreciated, and the expansion to include more farms and continue growing in good faith and in good compliance with the community would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Jake, have we resolved Jennifer Smith's technical issue?
Yes, she did say she was going to call in. And I'm not seeing any number dropping.
About the greenhouse thing, because what if they
And just real quick, wanted to add, I know some people are throwing out the term grandfather clause, and I think we need to be wary of using those specific terms because they might mean something different to others. And so let me just part of the discussion that was brought to the Planning Commission and that was brought back to us is that those that have a use permit that have already been approved through the Planning Commission, those get to continue with what they were approved through their use permit process. If they wish to update or change their use permit, then at that point, they would have to meet and be in compliance with the new rules if they choose to update their project. Those who are caught in this web is really what we're discussing. And then those that haven't, at least according to the definition, both from the Planning Commission and the one that I'm offering, those who have not even had a complete application, not talking CEQA, just the actual application itself, the first submission to the planning department, at this point in time, they would have to change their project to meet the new compliance. And at this moment in time, both the Planning Commission and myself, we could change that, are only speaking about those with, at the very least, a complete application provided to the planning department, and then with the potential of asking for more to be completed, such as the CEQA document that the Planning Commission brought back to us. I see that Jennifer Smith is back on. Are we able to get her microphone going? And if it doesn't work this time, yeah, let's hope it works.
This is Jennifer. Can you hear me?
Perfect. We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, this is very frustrating for everybody. It's the industry is really in a, what do you call that? Between a rock and a hard place. We're getting even more changes thrown at us today, yet we can't tolerate many more delays if you want to have a sustainable season from us. Farmers having a sustainable season is what pays the taxes. And while we appreciate being here and we consider that our taxes are very valuable, many people are not going to be able to plant. Applicants have invested in Lake County. They've invested in their projects. They've brought jobs to the county. And now, after operating for some people 2 years, the rug is being pulled out from under them. I'm going to assert again that we are creating a problem where there is none. We're creating policy based upon anecdotal comments and hearsay. There is documented studies out there to refute all of these accusations. Currently, there's been some discretion allowed. I think that we should continue with some discretion. As we listen to speakers, we're hearing about projects that have been in the pipeline for 2 years, some that have been in the pipeline for a year. I really think these projects need to be evaluated, and anybody that has submitted prior to December 15th should be given some consideration. Why weren't they deemed complete? Have they been abandoned like Takara says? And if those have been abandoned, then that's on the applicant, and that's their own fault. But I do believe there are plenty more than 5 or 6 that have been in the pipeline and working diligently towards their licensing, and they're really getting the shaft here. And I think there's got to be some, and I know it's more work, but there's got to be a case-by-case evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to kind of reiterate and clarify, at this moment in time, there is no transition capability. Farmland Protection Zone has stated that there is no allowed outdoor cultivation at all in those zones and within its buffer. And this is a conversation to attempt to be fair to those that have been caught within the application process. And so the conversation is about looking at a transition versus what we currently have in place, which is zero transition. So want to make sure that we recognize that what the conversation is. And I see that Director De Leon has chimed on, and want to make sure he gets a chance to speak.
Thank you, Chair Sabatier. I think the comments from the last speaker are timely for what I'd like to say, and that is, I'm hearing we're changing the rules, things of that nature, and I think it's important to kind of look at the big picture here. This ordinance, from the very beginning, precluded commercial cannabis cultivation on farmland of local importance. It was clear that you could not grow outdoors on farmland of local importance, but it gave a caveat, and that caveat was a little peculiar. It was a little difficult to understand, and it was frankly a little ambiguous. And so when I came on board about a year ago, I made a big effort to work with Steve Hajic and the Ag Commissioner and Brenna Sullivan to try to establish an understanding between those user groups and those folks. What are considered farmland of local importance where they meet the definition of, and I'm just going to read directly from the ordinance. It says outdoor cultivation may be allowed outside a greenhouse if the prime farmland of statewide importance, unique farmland, and farmland of local importance are isolated areas that are not connected to a large system of such lands. We looked case by case at applications to try to determine if the land met that definition. What the board did with and I appreciate the concern that what happens when I'm no longer making that decision, or Steve Hajic's no longer making that decision, and what happens is if that changes. And so to try to gain some consistency, with your help, Chair Sabatier, you created that committee with all the user groups represented, and you came up with this farmland protection zones, which defined what I just read. And you drew a box around areas of farmland of local importance that were connected to larger groups, and we created those exclusion zones. And what those zones are areas where you cannot grow outdoors based on the current ordinance. And what that effort was trying to do was to create something that was consistent and that everyone could look at and see and say, okay, I have to grow indoors. Obviously, a lot of pushback and a lot of concern about, well, what about me? I've had my application in for some time now. I was given an early activation permit and all those kinds of things. And this whole effort that we've been trying to do since that map was adopted is to try to address the folks who were already in the hopper and try to equitably come to some conclusion here. But the bottom line is if you're inside that, based on the original ordinance, you can't grow outdoors. Why this CDD took in applications that proposed outdoor cultivation on farmland of local importance, I don't know. I can't speak to applications that were submitted 2-3 years ago and they're still in the hopper. If they didn't meet the ordinance, we should have never taken them in. I can't speak to projects that we've issued early activation permits that were on these lands and should have never been given early activations. This whole effort is to try to bring all that into some equitable and fair conclusion. But the bottom line and the direction that I'm trying to get and the direction that CDD is trying to go is we have an ordinance that specifically precludes outdoor cultivation in certain areas. And that's all we're trying to do is to know what the rules are, accept what the rules are, and apply the rules fairly. I don't think everyone's going to be happy here. I think I think we need to live by what the ordinance says. And if we're going to give folks a period of time to come into compliance with the ordinance, then that's fine. Tell us what that's going to be, and we're going to make sure that they get brought into compliance. There's been a lot of talk about, my project was complete, my project wasn't complete. there were an awful lot of applications that were submitted and accepted here was at CDD that were not complete. And they wanted to get in on the rush, and I appreciate that, but there's things that we've got to do and in the processing of these permits, and we're going to continue to do that, and that's what you charge us to do. So I like the map. I apologize, and I appreciate the frustration of the folks that are kind of caught in limbo here. But when you submitted your application, if you'd read the ordinance, you'd have seen that if you were on farmland of local importance, you couldn't grow outdoors. And we're just trying to enforce that. And if that's going to change, or we want to change that, then that's going to need to be a topic of another discussion, and obviously a change in the ordinance. But for right now, that's what we're trying to live by, and we're trying to be consistent. And I apologize for the inconsistency that this department has had prior to me and Takara getting here, and we're trying to work our way through that. So I think wanted to share some perspective of what it's like up here on the third floor and the things that we're dealing with. And I understand the time frame. I understand people want to get planting. I get it. I know. And I know the importance of the industry and the tax revenue that y'all generate. And we're under enormous pressure up here to try to get this stuff done. And I just felt it was important to share a perspective from the third floor. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Director De Leon. I did not officially close public comment. I see one hand up, so let's go ahead and finish that with Jennifer Smith. And since you've already had your 3 minutes, if you can try to keep it succinct, please.
Absolutely, thank you. I just want to acknowledge Mr. De Leon's comments, and that Dr. De Leon's comments, and that I don't think anybody in the industry is questioning projects that were erroneously planned for prime farmland or FPZ. They took a risk in submitting and not educating themselves, or their consultants submitted projects that shouldn't have been there. I think the frustration comes from people that are on adjacent parcels that are now subject to new rules. So I just want to make sure that we're aligned and we agree. If you didn't do your due diligence on your parcel, you have to take ownership for that. But I think the concern comes from those adjacent parcels, and hopefully we can find some way for some middle ground for those affected in that manner. Thanks.
Thank you. And another hand popped up, Crystal Kesey. Again, since you've already had your 3 minutes, if you can try and be succinct.
Hi, yes, thank you for letting me speak again. I just wanted to address Director De Leon's words where the Red Hills area was not designated as a farmland of local importance until December 8th, 2020. So people who are affected by that new farmland protection zone are the ones that are having the issue, because we've been in the pipeline for 2 years in complete compliance with the ordinance. And while I agree, just like Jennifer Smith said, that people who tried to early activate in areas that were clear from the beginning, to have a new farmland zone created in December of 2020 is the issue that most of us are pushing back on. One compromise thing that I could see that would work is that instead of requiring full-blown greenhouses in these buffer zones around farmland protection, not within the farmland protection zone, but around the farmland protection zones, is to allow a Santa Barbara style hoop house greenhouse situation, which is less cost intensive and will still provide the same kind of protections for both industries that are kind of at odds with each other. But what I'd like to suggest is that we should have had this map that Supervisor De Leon talked about. There was very little input from the actual stakeholders who are affected by the map. And what should have happened is a summit where the parties that have issues with each other could sit down and actually strike a reasonable compromise that doesn't place the entire burden of the solution on the cannabis industry. Thank you.
Thank you. And while you were continuing on your comment, I did open up the farmland designation map, and almost the entirety of the Red Hills is unique farmland. Some portions are prime farmland, some portions are farmland of importance, and throughout in the middle, there's also a lot of grazing land. So and there was no farmland protection zone prior to that. It was all based on these designations, which is exactly where it led to that confusion, and unfortunately made some changes that do have impacts on people. And that is our discussion here, is how to deal with that and how to move forward with that. Let me just see real quick. Okay, no hands here in the courthouse and no more hands on the Zoom. Let's bring it back to the board for discussion. Do you mind if I share my screen to show you the what I was offering, or do you not want me to share my screen? Okay, so let me. You see all of that? Let's see if we can make it bigger. Is that perfect? Okay. So this is what I was offering. The original offer is basically the same thing as the top, except it's 3 years, and then application deemed complete no later than December 15th, and then that your CEQA has been completed as well. If we do stick with the original format, I would suggest providing some California government code of what deemed complete means for both application and CEQA, rather than allowing that to be just kind of open-ended to interpretation of what that specifically means. But then again, right in front of you, you have what I am offering that we look at. I tried my best. I know that there's a lot of different types of applications that we are looking at, and the more I started individually seeing the separate situations for each one, it got very complicated. So I did my best to offer something that would be simple to follow, both from the applicant perspective as well as from the staff perspective. Let me know if you want me to stop sharing, and also looking for anybody to make a comment or ask questions.
I do have a comment and a question. First, I'd like to thank Director De Leon for that explanation of our ordinance. I think it made it clear. But there was also a question about, footprints increasing, but according to this, they wouldn't be allowed to do that, correct? Because one of the speakers was concerned about their neighbor increasing their footprint.
So on a case-by-case basis, I don't know where they are and asking to be increased. Have they been deemed complete for the increase? Have they not been deemed complete? Have they already done early activation through there? Because what I'm offering here in front of you is, if you've early activated, then you can continue for up to 2 years with that exact same footprint of early activation. Or if you're pretty much ready to go to Planning Commission, rather than giving you a use permit that's non-conforming, to provide you with an early activation of what your use permit allows you. So that last concept would definitely allow you to increase your footprint.
But that wouldn't, I know we talked about the grandfathering in, but they would have 2 years then to make sure that was all endorsed?
Either of those situations, you would have a maximum of 2 years and no more. And due to the fact that now it's a map, it would seem that it is close to impossible that anyone else would be led astray in thinking they can do an outdoor cultivation in the farmland protection zone. So once we reach that 2-year transition period, then we should never have to deal with another type of application in that scenario.
But they would need to get building permits, correct, to be able to put those buildings up to be able to grow inside?
Correct.
That would be my concern, and I would guess I would need to go back to Scott De Leon. Is 2 years enough time to be able to get those permits and get those buildings put up?
Well, that's a difficult question to answer because there's so many variables. If everything was complete and if they had their permits, then yes, I would think we could get building permits done in that period of time. One of the things about early activation, and man, we really muddy the water when we start talking about early activation versus use permits. One of the things with early activation is you aren't building anything, you aren't constructing anything. There's no building permits, there's no grading permits required, and so to get a building permit, you've got to have a use permit. So that kind of presumes then that the applicant has got everything done. We've gone through CEQA. The use permit is ready to go, and then absolutely we could get building permits for structures done in that time.
Thank you.
And just to kind of reiterate a point I made earlier, with some of the new actions that are allowed for CEQA processes, such as doing your CEQA analysis by hiring your own consultant, or some of the contracts that we've signed to have our CEQAs reviewed by agencies outside of our staff for CDD, there's certain processes that have been made more efficient. That makes me believe that it's possible in the 2 years. But I do agree with Director De Leon that it all depends on the complexity of the project, how many times it has to go back and forth between staff and applicant to finalize the documentation. There's a lot of moving parts to this. And again, some of what I'm showing you is through the art of compromise with some of the discussions of those who are dealing with cannabis and those who are dealing with traditional agriculture.
Chair Sabatier, on D2 or DII, does, and you'll have to forgive me, and this chapter 21, the article there, the early activation permit there's got to be some level of CEQA has been completed. Is that addressed in chapter 21?
So we just passed a resolution of chapter 21, article 27.13AT21C, which C is just early activation permits. And the resolution we passed helps to provide a little extra language on what that area, or what is required in order to achieve early activation. So in my assumption, and Ms. Grant would be the one to tell me, that all of those things need to be in compliance and to make them eligible, which is why I said in D2, early activation permits may be approved, because I don't want to force the hand of CDD when documentation is not there to provide the okay to go ahead and move forward.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Grant a question. The language that is being proposed here is enough of a change that it would require a new first reading, correct?
Well, sir, I think that in this case, it should be put over for a week just to give people a chance to absorb this and look at it against the existing ordinance with regard to farmland protection, as well as cannabis cultivation, and just to ensure that there are no unintended consequences or unplanned for inconsistencies, and to make sure that all loose ends are tied up, because to do this, I'm sure you want it to be as crystal clear as possible so that it answers questions and doesn't create any new ones.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking for guidance from the board on whether we want to move forward with the original proposal, which is 3 years and deemed complete providing that CEQA has been completed. Again, should be based on state law, state government code section as to what that actually means, deemed complete for CEQA. Or if you would prefer something more along the lines of what is offered, or something in between, that way there can be something that can be put together to come back to us in the following week.
I have a question. I'm going to turn my video off. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I don't have a lot of service right now.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So what you're offering, would that expand the applicants beyond just the 6 that meet the criteria of what CDD is proposing?
I can't say for a fact because there's probably the wide spectrum from those who have not completed their original application or their original application has not been deemed complete, to some who may have started CEQA. I think the 5 or 6 that were spoken of, they have completed their CEQA, and I will let Deputy Director Thomas correct me on that.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I heard half of it.
Oh, and so I'm wondering if Supervisor Sabatier's suggestions would expand the eligible applicants beyond the 6 that your recommendations do.
I'm looking at the language now. I think it just depends on the level of the completeness of the projects. As we get into the details of some of them, we see that it's complete on paper, but then if you start reading the actual documentation, like it'll have all the documents requested. So that technically meets the completeness determination. But then if you get into it, and a good example I keep picking on is the biological, it will say that the survey wasn't completed in floristic season. So technically that means it's incomplete. So I can't give you a straight answer right now because it really is a case-by-case basis as we dig into the details of these projects.
And how many of these applicants grew last year in EA?
Out of the 160 applications that we've received over the last couple of years, there are 69 requests for EAs. And I'll have to go digging through the details of the annual inspection, but approximately 80% of those grew.
Okay, so the applicants here that we're talking about, the 25 that wouldn't be eligible under the new requirements, how many of those were able to grow last year in EA?
I need to look at the details. I know for total, out of the total 31, and then those 6 that are complete, a good deal of those grew last year out of that 6. But out of the 25, I need to look into the details.
Okay. I'm just really, I'm not comfortable with having so many applicants coming through the process and then not being eligible to at least grow through this transition. That's where I'm at.
Okay. Any further comments from other board members?
I think I'm the same with Jessica's concerns when we talk about the numbers. Giving them the opportunity for the transition, I think is very important. And ultimately, this is constantly changing. I know that we're going to talk about the as solid as we can be, but we know every decision we make, there's going to be something that someone ain't happy with. So we're never going to get it perfect. But I think moving forward with I agree with the 3 years, not the 2 years. Especially when you were talking about the date, Supervisor Sabatier, being actually April 2022. That's, less than a year away now. So, I just think that including as many of these as possible we could do as we move through the process, but giving them that transition opportunity is very important.
I apologize for that 2022. I don't know where my mind was. That should say 2023. So let me just fix that real quick.
Less than a year, so I just wanted to
Sorry
make sure.
about that. That's a very important correction. So I'm hearing, is it possible to maybe kind of, since this is such a small thing, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna, how am I gonna do this? I want to be able to see everybody. Hold on one sec. Well, Supervisor Scott, I can't see you, so if you could just speak up, please don't feel like you're interrupting. I'm wondering, who wants to see 2 years or 3 years? That way it helps to formulate what will come back to us. So I know you spoke for the 3 years.
I'm concerned about the timing, if 2 years is enough time.
Okay, so you're thinking 3 years?
Yes.
2? Okay, and maybe that's something that we can continue negotiating a little bit later. What do you think needs to be deemed complete? Just the application itself being submitted, hold on, let me start over. What point should we allow people within the transition? Just those who have submitted an application, but they're not complete? An application and their application is complete? An application that also has CEQA or that has begun, or an application that also has CEQA that has been completed? What is your step of what you feel should allow people to be offered a transition? My personal opinion is your application has been deemed complete.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
But there's only 6 of those, right, out of the 30?
No, from what I understand, and Deputy Director Thomas, please correct me, that the applications that have been deemed complete and CEQA has also gone through its process and deemed complete?
Hold on, I have a spreadsheet open now. Let's break it down for the ones in farmland protection zone. So the farmland protection zone, we have, oh goodness, that's not right. Okay, great. Sorry, I'm doing this on the fly. I got a couple of filters on my spreadsheet. So farmland designation, there are, there are 41 projects that are deemed farmland designation. Of those 41,
Are we talking farmland protection zone or designation?
I'm starting farmland designation. So unique prime, I'm starting with that and then I'll move on to farmland protection zone. So we got 41 projects that are deemed farmland designation. Of that 41, it looks like we actually have 20 with CEQA that's complete. So I misspoke earlier. And now for the farmland protection zone, we have, there's 1, 2 that were deemed complete with CEQA before December 15th.
And how many have applications that have been deemed complete, not CEQA, but the application itself?
The application deemed complete?
Yes.
Yeah. $34. It looks like the majority of them have been deemed complete. There are like 1, 2, 3, 4 deemed incomplete.
So out of the 25 that are left over in the farmland protection zone, 21 would be able to transition if it was just based on application being deemed complete.
Correct.
Okay, appreciate that information.
And so I'm guessing that would also be people that are in good standing and paid taxes last year as well. But I don't think that we should exclude applicants that grew last year and paid taxes.
Not all of these projects that are farmland protection zone came in last year. So we have some from 2021, 2020, 2019, and 2018.
And as you see in item number 2, D2, it says all applicable taxes, meaning if you had a bill to pay, you need to have paid your taxes and not be in default. But if you didn't have a bill to pay because you didn't grow, then at that point, there's no applicable taxes that would be required of you.
Right, but not paying your taxes should make you eligible, I believe.
Yeah, and that's what it says. Early activation permits may be approved if all applicable taxes are paid in full.
Right.
And the applicant has not been in violation of any applicable state and local laws. That way, if you had a violation, sorry, but that's a strike. And then also the applicant has made reasonable effort in the use permit process to provide all necessary information. Again, meaning as Deputy Director Thomas had mentioned earlier, that it's not a quote unquote abandoned project or abandoned application where it's been 4 months where we've requested something to help deem it complete or move it forward, and that has not been provided to us. And
okay,
I think
I'm good with 3 years, but if we're going to look at this for next week, if we look at this again, can we see some numbers so we can have them in front of us?
Okay. And then, so the last part, early activation. Do we want to make a difference between do only the footprint if you were early activated before of what you can do? Do we want to limit what early activation for that look like? Do we want to give use permits? Because that is definitely a conversation. Do we want a non-conforming use permit where they have a condition of approval that you must meet the compliance of the law within 3 years, if that's what we go with, or do we only do early activation in order to only give use permits that are conforming with the law?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if you're willing, at some point, I do have a couple of comments that may be helpful.
I think we could use all the help we can get.
I would be very careful in terms of adjusting early activation permits because again, they are simply temporary in nature. I think your board's made it very clear that you want to move toward an adjustment of those for minor use permits so that people who are applying have the benefit of the certainty of an actual use permit as opposed to a temporary permit, which by its nature is somewhat transitory. I would also be very careful in terms of what you do with a footprint because of CEQA requirements, and your board does not have the authority to circumvent any required CEQA analysis, and I'm sure that's not your intention. The other thing I would ask is it says that an applicant may be provided a 3-year transition period. What it doesn't say is what happens if the applicant fails to completely transition within that 3 years, or indeed how you define completely transition.
Okay, I appreciate those comments. So just checking in with the board, do you want to provide more details to CDD to bring something back to us, or leave it with the comments that have been made? I think there's been provided some good detail of what the cutoff is for applicants to be able to be involved in the transition to meet the new law of farmland protection zones. We've talked about the number of years. We've talked about the, again, deemed complete for applications. Do we want to leave the rest to go back to CDD and come back with their proposal for the next time that they come back to us with this? Or would you rather kind of keep going down the line?
I'm fine with CDD coming back with some proposals.
Okay. Okay. I see two heads nodding.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
All right. So at this point, we'll just leave it as is, and with the comments made thus far for the direction to staff, and see if we can get this back on our agenda. And we'll see if we can get that back as soon as possible, and that'll be up to staff time and capacity. Any further comments before we move on? Other than I need to stop sharing? I can see everybody now. Okay, well, I do appreciate the conversation. I think that we had a tough conversation, just like the Planning Commission had a tough conversation. We are dealing with applicants who have aspirations to conduct business and to become farmers here in our communities. These are not simple changes. I still stand by the changes we had to make in order to help clarify what occurred on prime farmland and our traditional farmlands. And I look forward to what the proposal will be to come back and rediscuss this further. Thank you to all the public comments as well. Definitely understand that there are some impacts. And if there's no further comments from board members, then this was our final item to take up today. I will ask my vice chair, was there any action in our closed session today?
No, there was no action to be
Okay,
taken.
just wanted to make sure I remembered that we wanted to report out of closed session today. So thank you everybody for joining us for our meeting, and we'll see you next week.